All right, everybody. How is everybody doing today? Hello, hello. All right, everybody. How is everybody doing today? Here we go. Hello, hello. All right, everybody. All right, sound check is good. Thank you for responding. Appreciate that. Yep, I normally don't do these scheduled streams, so just figuring out all the intricacies. I literally have about 19 windows open at the moment, so nice, nice. So, I'm going to start going over the challenge here. So this is going to be the base we're responding at. I don't know if this base has a name, but let's go ahead and this is what it looks like on the map. So this is going to be the location. So if you want to test it out, I'm also putting in the description for the challenge the dimensions of this base. So you can build it anywhere, but it has to fit in this base. Um, Let's go ahead and we will start to talk about the actual elements of the challenge. So the challenge here is going to be it's being titled Build Challenge Alpha. Um, it's going to be a two-seat general aviation trainer. So let's go ahead and we'll go over the rules. Let me just make sure I can switch this up good. Okay. So we're going to go over the rules here, and I've participated in quite a few build challenges in the time I've been playing Stormworks, and as usual, I'm trying to make sure that I'm having plenty of rules and plenty of guidelines. I've noticed a lot of these build challenges will devolve into bickering, people trying to divine what the rule sets are. So there are a lot of rules, but I think a lot of rules are going to make it so that people don't have a ton of questions. One of the things that I always hated about some of the build challenges that didn't have a lot of rules were that people would spend a couple days building their build, end up making good progress. A lot of us can only really build on the weekends. And then, on a Monday or something, either the person holding the challenge or a mod would come in and say, "Oh no, that's obvious. You can't do that." And it's not obvious for a lot of people. So I decided that it's important to have a good rule set, and that way, hopefully, most people's questions will be answered. Um, we need to understand that there's a big difference between following the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. So let's all try to make sure we follow the spirit of the challenge as well. So the point is to not try to get around the rules. The point is to try to build the vehicle in kind of the spirit of what it's intended to. So let's go over my rule set here. So most of it was voice to text, so I've kind of fixed the grammar in there. So let's go over it. So this is going to be a two-seat general aviation trainer. And so the build challenge is going to be to build a two-seat general aviation trainer. General aviation trainers are intended to be docile and easy to fly for beginners. So a little of my background, I did my flight training as part of my degree. Then I was a flight instructor. I had something like 1,250 hours before I went to the airlines. So I had about 1,250 hours in general aviation aircraft. About 250 hours of that was multi-engines. So but about 1,000 hours was in general aviation trainers. Most of that as a flight instructor. And so I thought this would be a good challenge to start with. A lot of people have been struggling with airplanes, so kind of getting an airplane to fly correctly is going to be a big part of this challenge. So let's go through the rules. So for the first build, no XML editing whatsoever. This includes aesthetics. So that's visual XML. I do like doing visual XML stuff. I enjoy that, and people do some really great wizardry on their builds. But for this first build set, I would like all of us to have the same tool set. I would like all of us to have the same parts. And so in future build challenges, I'll allow XML editing for aesthetics and potentially even for performance, because that's a good skill set to have in game, and it's always good to kind of get out of your comfort zone But for this first one, there's going to be no XML editing whatsoever. So no XML edited parts for either looks or function. No mods whatsoever. So no Thales mod pack. I want everybody to have the same set of parts. No glitches whatsoever. This includes slipping the clutch exploit. So a lot of people will they'll struggle to get their engine set up correctly, and so they'll do the slipping clutch exploit. So essentially, for those who don't know what that is, you let the clutch slip, which means you don't have a 1 in the clutch. You have it a number lower than 1. In real life, if you had a clutch slipping continuously, the clutch plates would lose their friction material, they would become polished, and you would no longer have, in this case, a propeller spinning. So you're going to have your clutch at 1. All right, and so this is an exploit. You can get more power out of an engine by having it slip sometimes. I don't want any of that. No exhaust deletion. So for those who don't know, you can take the exhaust from an engine, you can put it into an air manifold, and it will delete the exhaust. I don't want that. You know, you have to put your exhaust through an exhaust pipe. You have to have it, if you want no smoke, you have to do a cat. I don't mind if there's smoke. Smoke is fine. Being a general aviation trainer, it must be, so there's going to be the engine requirements and some of the build requirements. It must be diesel, modular, single engine, and use an aircraft propeller. Again, this is supposed to be your first trainer. So I want diesel, I want modular, I want single engine. So this is going to take a lot of people out of the comfort zone with a modular engine. I think the best build challenges take you out of your comfort zone. This is going to require you to, if you don't know how to use a modular engine, to learn how to use a modular engine. And so in the past, when I was doing build challenges, that was one of the ways where I learned a lot of the things about how the game works, is to go in there and to try something new. A lot of people, they get stuck in their ways. It's nice to learn something new. So diesel engine, modular, single engine, 1 engine, and use an aircraft propeller. Multi-engine aircraft, for example, to go through my flight training was you get your private pilot's license on a single engine, not complex aircraft. Then what did I get next? I got my commercial. Yeah, I think I got my commercial. Either my instrument or my commercial. I think I did my commercial next. Commercial license you get on a complex aircraft with variable pitch propeller, retractable landing gear. So there's going to be a simple aircraft. It's not going to be a complex aircraft. Then I did multi-engine. No, then I did CFI, certified flight. No, I did instrument rating to learn how to fly in instrument conditions. Then I did CFI, which is certified. No, I did multi-engine. Sorry. And then I did certified flight instructor, and then certified flight instructor instrument. And you must use an aircraft propeller. So aircraft propeller, you know, it does not have collective. It does not have pitch and roll. So you have to use the thing named aircraft propeller. The propeller is going to be fixed pitch. This is the simplest form of general aviation aircraft. This is what you start on generally. Complex have variable pitch propellers. I will determine the set pitch in the stream. So I'm gonna actually build something in the stream here, kind of as an example, and I will determine what the set pitch is. I have to kind of do a little testing to see what the best set pitch is going to be. The aircraft must have some things that are required in general aviation aircraft. So these are more regs that you're required to have on aircraft. So for example, you must have a beacon, nav lights, strobes, landing/taxi light. For landing and taxi light, you can have one that functions as both. So you don't have to have a separate landing light and a separate taxi light. You're required by law to have a landing light, but that can also function as your taxi light. Craft must cost less than $20,000. This is the starting amount of money that you end up with a new game. So if you start a brand new game, you're going to have 20 grand. This also keeps it from people putting too much extravagance on there. Again, remember the spirit of this, a single engine trainer. I don't need a ton of I don't need autopilots. I don't need a ton of fancy dancy everything. Again, this should be a trainer. All right, so let's keep that in mind. 20 grand. You know, the cheaper the aircraft costs, the more the less it's going to cost per hour for somebody to learn how to fly in it. There'll be a hangar size maximum. So I showed you that base. that it will spawn in. The hangar size, I just did the measurements, is going to be 21 blocks high. That's 5.25 meters. 71 blocks, 17.75 long. 63 blocks wide. Again, the point of this is not to fill the hangar with the biggest aircraft you can build. The point of this is to build a small trainer. So keep that in mind. That's your maximum size. You don't have to try to make it maximum size. Just make it a good trainer. So the gear, it must be fixed gear. Again, this is going to be a non-complex aircraft. That's a term, an actual term in aviation. If you have retractable landing gear, that is complex. Tricycle. So no tail draggers. So you're going to have 2 mains and 1 nose wheel. All right. That's tricycle gear. You could have, if you want to have 2 wheels and 4 wheels in the main, you could. I don't know why you do that. But it's going to be tricycle. I'll go into that in a moment. It does not need to be based on a real aircraft. Answering William's question. Tail draggers require special endorsement and are much more challenging to operate. So there's a lot of things with tail draggers that require extra things. So we're not going to do a tail dragger this time. I'd love to do some tail draggers in the future, but we'll make this pretty simple. I'm going to show you some examples of real life stuff, and then I'm going to actually build something. I should be able to operate the aircraft from either seat. Remember, this is a trainer. At any point, the flight instructor may have to take the controls from the student to prevent an accident. So I should be able to, and I probably will fly it from the right seat. Don't, build it, generally, these general aviation aircraft, most of the gauges are on the left side. As a flight instructor, you fly from the right, but I should be able to fly it from either seat. So that's pretty simple. When I do make an example here, I will show you how to do that in case you need to know. 2 seats only. You can have them side by side or tandem. Tandem's one in front of the other. But just remember, as a flight instructor in the back of a tandem, I would need good visibility to be able to take over from the student, so I should be able to land from the back. So you can make a tandem, that's fine. But I do need to be able to land it from the back. So if you make it so that you have a bunch of stuff in the way and I can't see to land, that's going to be a problem. So this build must be a fresh new build. Not only can it not already be in the workshop, I expect you to start something new. I know a lot of people will pull out builds they've been working on for a long time from the backlog. Let's operate in the honor system and try to avoid this. We all have busy schedules and some of us have more free time than others. We will never be able to level that playing field, but let's all try to engage in the spirit of the challenge and start with a fresh build. So start something new. Make it for this challenge. That's going to be fair to all your compatriots and your fellow challengers here. These are my highly suggested controls. Wink, wink. WS pitch, AD roll, left, right, yaw, up, down, throttle. Deviate at your own risk. It could come into play with grading for ease of use. Remember, in real life, most aircraft use the same or similar control schemes. All right, so I need to be able to control this. Again, it's a trainer. I should have ease of use. To make so, most aircraft have the same control schemes. They might have different things like different, might have a center stick, you might have a side stick, you might have a throttle, but again, you can make the control scheme whatever you want, but if I struggle to fly it, you're going to lose points in one of the categories. The most important rule is to have fun. That is the point of the challenge, to bring the community together and to enjoy building alongside one another. Winning is not everything. The important thing is the journey. People are putting themselves out there in the open. They're building things they're proud of, and we are all at different levels of experience with the game. Be positive. Consider people's feelings. If people cannot practice good sportsmanship and ruin the fun for others, I will disqualify them. Keep that in mind before you say something rude or not constructive about somebody else's build. This is supposed to be a fun challenge. Let's not rag on other people's builds. I don't know why I even have to say that. All right. This is our hobby. This is our fun time. Let's not make it a downer. My Discord rules still apply to the challenge. Be mindful of unsolicited criticism. So for those who don't know, unsolicited criticism is, if somebody posts their build and you say, that's ugly, that's unsolicited criticism. And it's being rude. All right. I think we all know what's rude. Let's, pretty simple golden rule. Turn it around. Hey, would I like somebody saying that about my build? No. If somebody's like, hey guys, what do you think of the look of my build? All right, that is somebody asking for a criticism. That's fine. All right, unsolicited criticism is when somebody's not asking for it. You can do it, but you know, people are putting up something they're proud of, and you rag on their build, it's gonna take the wind out of their sails. So if somebody asks for some criticism, feel free. All right, how the aircraft will be graded. This is my area of expertise. One of the reasons I decided it'd be a good first challenge. Again, I went through my experience. Each category will be graded on a scale of 1 to 10. The vehicles will be ranked via this grading system. I will also pick another aircraft that is my personal favorite. So I'm going to do kind of more of a scientific kind of thing, do some points, but I will also be saying, hey, this is the one that I really had fun with. And, you know, potentially if they could be the same one. But so the first grading factor is human factors. So this is the study of how people interact with machines. This will be all about how easy it is for me to interact with your machine. Your aircraft can be very simple with labeled gauges, or it can be, all right, let me see, or it can be very complex as long as it has detailed instructions and checklists. I tend to like to have a complex aircraft with steps and procedures. You don't have to have it that way. In some of these creation review videos, I've been finding that if people have a workshop page that just says, you know, this is my build and have no instructions, and then I get in there and none of the gauges are labeled, and I have to try to figure out what a gauge is by clicking on it. Remember, you're supposed to be building this aircraft for somebody who's never flown before. It's supposed to be a first-time trainer. So you should, if you're going to label something engine start, label it engine start. You know, if I see a gauge that doesn't have a label, you're going to lose points on that because, you know, I don't want to accidentally shut off my engine trying to turn on a landing light. All right, so label that. Your vehicles can be very complex. I like that, but just make sure you have checklists. So if your startup procedure is a little bit involved, that's fine. Just make sure on the workshop page you have detailed instructions. I like to see the H menu filled out. I like to see you label your buttons. All right, so don't be afraid to make complex builds. Just realize the more complex, the more instructions and checklists I expect. If I have to guess what to do next, that's what's going to lose you points. Flight characteristics. This is about how your plane flies. Remember, there's a general aviation trainer. It should be docile, it should be easy to fly, and stable. It should not scare me. As a flight instructor, I had to be confident to be able to let people who had very little flight experience fly the plane without me. This is how the plane should fly. So there are a lot of planes in real life that I would never let a student go out on a solo in. And there are a lot of planes that I would. And so I want a plane that I should be able to take somebody who has very little flight experience and send them out in and not be afraid they're going to crash. Aesthetics. How nice your plane looks. This is one of the reasons why for the first build I'm not allowing XML edited parts for looks. Let's all start with a level playing field and all have the same set of parts. In other challenges that allow people to expand their XML knowledge, for this build I want everybody to have the same tools in their toolkit. All right, fuel efficiency. Pretty simple. How much fuel do I use at full throttle? I'm going to figure this out by just doing full throttle and how many liters per second I'm using. Remember, this is a plane intended to be used by people just starting out. The more expensive per hour this plane is, the less likely people are going to be able to use it as a trainer. We had to pay per hour on our planes. That included fuel. So if your thing's burning 10 liters per second, and fuel's 35 cents per liter, you know, it's pretty easy to realize it's, you know, $3.50 per second. It's going to be an expensive aircraft to fly. And so fuel efficiency is going to go in there. If it's really fuel efficient, that's going to be positive. Workshop page. I will also grade the workshop page. Clear directions, nice pictures, specifications. Sell me your aircraft for Captain's Flight School. I don't expect people to be, you know, I'm not going to give people extra credit if they go out there and do a ton of renders. Just take some nice pictures of your aircraft. If you have a startup procedure, if you have some checklists, that would be nice to see. You know, sell me your aircraft. You know, you don't have to have a long story about, you know, whatever, but just, you know, have a reasonable workshop page. If it's just one picture and there's no description, let me add something here. If you use I'm just typing at the same time. If you use other people's work, I expect All right. If you use other people's work, I expect their work to be credited. You'll see this often on workshop pages. People say, I do it myself. I use Sky's PFD a lot. I put Sky's PFD in the credits. All right. If somebody is like, hey, that person used all my stuff and they didn't credit me, you're gonna get a warning. Hey, go credit all that person's stuff. If you don't credit their stuff, that's not your work. You're gonna be disqualified. So it's pretty simple. All you have to do is, generally people will say in their workshop page how they'd like to be credited. For example, if I put Sky's PFD and the Hummingbird at the bottom of my page, I have it Sky's PFD. I link it to Sky's workshop page, so you say, hey, I really like your PFD. Well, it's not my PFD, it's Sky's, and it's credit at the bottom. You can follow that link and you can get their PFD. So let's make sure we credit other people's work, all right? So if you use a microcontroller, if you use a gauge, a PFD, whatever, credit it, please. You wouldn't want somebody stealing your work, so please don't steal somebody else's work. If you credit it, it's showing that you're not claiming credit for their work. At the end of the day, this should be a fun build challenge. The best way to win the challenge is to have fun participating. I know it sounds corny, but the person who had the most fun is the real winner. I participated in a lot of build challenges. I've won a couple maybe. And really the thing that I cared about most was it fun? And usually it was. And I really couldn't care less what the YouTuber thought of my vehicle. I really cared what the community thought of my vehicle more. And so at the end of the day, if you had fun, that's how you're going to win. So with that said, there will be 3 ways to win. The builds will be ranked via points. The person who has the most points will be the winner of the points category. So they're going to be ranked. So essentially, I'm going to take those criteria up top that are going to get a 1 to 10, add them together, and I'm going to rank the builds. All right. Second way to win is my favorite. This is a subjective criteria, just the one that I felt fulfilled the criteria of the challenge the best. Again, the point of this build is to make a good flight trainer for a beginner pilot. So this could very well be the same one as one, because I'm going to be scoring it on the other categories. But, sometimes, ones just was a lot more fun to use, even though it might not be the best trainer. It might be a little bit harder to fly, but you know what? I might have liked it a lot. It might have had a lot of character. It might have been really cute. It might have just been a fun plane to fly. And even though, this one won technically in the points, I really liked this one. And the community's favorite. This is going to be later after I release the videos. One of the things that used to annoy me with some of the people's builds challenges, I won't say whom, but they would have the community rank them first, and then they would take those challenges into the videos to cut down the number. The problem was a lot of the people community were not actually trying out the people's builds, so whoever had the prettiest workshop page ended up getting in the top 10. And so I even used some of that to my advantage. Was if you did a lot of glamour shots and a lot of advertising for your build, you'd often get in the videos. So what I'm going to do is after my videos come out, please take the time to try out the builds, ideally, or watch the video, see how the build actually performed, and then you guys can rank your favorites. So sometimes, my opinion might not matter too much to people, but they might care more what their peers, the other builders, thought of their build. So let's go ahead and this is going to be later. I have to figure out how to do the voting, but I'll have a good long voting period. And so this will be, your peers. Hopefully people, they're going to have to be part of the Discord to do it. And this is going to be your peers, what they thought of your build. So, again, they might have liked yours because it looked the best. It was cute. I got a helicopter trying to land in game here. So that's just going to be the community voting of what the community, hopefully I don't have 9,000 tabs open, what the community thought of your build. So that's going to be the third category. All right. Let's see. Yep. So this is just saying, please try out your fellow builders' work before voting. I know, it's a lot to try them all out, but, just looking at whoever has the best, most prettiest pictures, that's not fair. Somebody could, not be great with putting in good pictures, but have a really fantastic build. Yes. Yes, that was usually what it was. what Mr. G put a comment in there. Yeah, it was usually who could make the best thumbnail. Somebody has a really great thumbnail, and their vehicle just like it didn't perform well, and it didn't follow the spirit of the competition. So who's best at Photoshop shouldn't win, unless that's what the competition is about. So the prizes, there will be roles that can be added to your Discord account. So for example, if you win, you know best points or whatever. I'll come up with a better name than that, but you'll have it added. So on the Discord, it will say, let's Mr. G is the last one who commented. Mr. G, winner of Challenge Alpha. It'll be SPC8, Captain's Favorite Challenge Alpha. If I know, Alyosha, winner of community's favorite Challenge Alpha. So that will just be a little bit on there. It'll be on your Discord role, so that people can see, yep, you participated and won in that challenge. Also, I'll be adding a picture of your winning build with the name of your build and your signature. So I'm not going to have you actually sign something, but I'll put like, Mr. G and some cursive or something, whatever name you wish to use. I'll load it up in the merch store. I do have a merch store. Again, I don't expect anyone to buy it. I'm not plugging my own stuff. I think that's tacky. I'm not doing it. But I will plug people's merch when they get on there. So I'll take a nice picture of your build. I'll pass it by you. Hey, is this a good picture of your build? Okay, good. I'll upload it to the merch store. So again, I'm not going to plug my own merch store, but if you look at my videos recently, you'll see at the bottom there's a link to Spring, and it shows the merch. I'll feature your build on there. Why would it be Professor Incognitos? It would be my Discord, lol. Be on my Discord. So that's going to be one of the things, is I'll upload a picture of your build, put it on some merch, and if people like it, they can get pictures of your build on the merch there. Lastly, winners will have privileges of subscribers for 1 month. So again, I'm not plugging my own stuff here, but there is a subscription thing on YouTube. Yes, I'll give you a link here in a second. Let me just get through this last paragraph. Lastly, the winners will have the privileges of subscribers for 1 month. So presently, I don't want to put things behind a paywall ever. I think that's tacky and crappy. I make enough money at work. I don't need to be doing that. So presently, the privileges are your name gets mentioned in the credits of one of my videos. So if you were a subscriber, at the end of my video, I'd put either a credit list or I'd mention, thanks to, Mr. G for being a subscriber. So if you win one of these categories, it will be thank you, and Mr. G, the winner of, Captain's Favorite on the Build Challenge Alpha, Alyosha 15, Community's Favorite for Build Challenge Alpha, SP8, Captain's Favorite for Build Challenge Alpha. That will be in the credits of the videos for 1 month. And then you get some badges on there, the different subscriber level. It automatically does that, so I'll just give somebody that. Let's go through the last paragraphs here, and I'll send you that link. There are a lot of rules and a lot of criteria. I think is one of the best ways to make a challenge great. This puts everybody on a level playing field where they have to conform to a certain set of constrictions. Again, I was doing voice to text, so it was Google is terrible. Constrictions. The great part have to conform to a certain set of constrictions. The great part is to see how you all decide to build to that craft. I've come to the decision that having a good set of rules is important after watching many build challenges have issues where there are not enough defined rules. Too many times I will not name whose build challenges ended up in arguments in the discussions because people were bickering over rules that were not clearly stated. If you have questions, ask early. My intention is to have all of the rules here at the beginning so that people do not have to restart their builds. That was annoying in a lot of build challenges. A lot of bickering in the comments. People were like, oh, of course infinite power is there. And then you'd have somebody, of course it's not. That's obvious. Well, it wasn't obvious because half the build people are building infinite power generation. So I did a lot of rules here so that people don't start their builds and then I have to be like, no, dude, that's not, you can't do that. And then they have to start over again. So hopefully the rules are in here so that everybody can, so that we don't have people with 4 jet engines on there. I'm like, dude, this is a beginner trainer. Well, I don't know what a beginner trainer is. So I put the rules in there. All right, so let me get you that link really quick. We'll actually look at the Discord here too. Let me see. So down here, if you look at the Discord, if I can find it, there it is. Stormworks Build Challenge. So this is the announcement channel. This is going to be me. I'm going to post the rules here after the video. So again, you can come here and you can reference the rules. Let's go ahead and I will make an invite here. All right, here's the link there, Lolo. All right, and so there's the link for anyone who needs it. So this is going to be where the rules are. This is my announcement channel, so I will announce, you need to post your builds, how much time is left. You can't comment in this. I've locked that out. This is a build challenge discussion. So free chat, talk about the build challenge. Try to keep it on topic. If you're talking about other stuff, go in one of the other channels. Leave this for people to discuss the challenge. The community would often get together in these challenges and kind of help each other out. And you saw that a lot. Again, it's not a cutthroat business here, and it's not a professional sport. We're all working together to have fun. So nice. So feel free to talk to each other. You can collaborate. Have fun together. Challenge forum. You can start some topics in here. I might start some topics in here. You can talk about stuff in there. Let me put the deadline up. I didn't put that on the rules, so let's talk deadline really quick. Let me bring my calendar back up. So, it's kind of a weird time with the holidays. So, let me put deadline. Okay. Builds must be submitted by. All right, so, I'm going to make this a long one. I want to give people plenty of time. It's the holiday season, so you have people rushing around trying to do shopping. You have people have to get with family. Some people are on break, some people are not. So what I'm going to do is we're going to do New Year's Eve at midnight. So it'll be December 31st. Let's do this. Let's do it accurate. January 1st, time 0000 EST, and I'm doing everything Zulu now as well so that we don't confuse people, or because I want to confuse people more. So 00, so midnight, January 1st. All right, that does not mean January 1st, the next day at 23:59. That means December 31st at midnight, the stroke of the new year. You have to the end of the year to post your builds, all right? I'll put that in there. End of the year. Okay, so they must be submitted by January 1st, 00 Eastern Time, 0500 Zulu. So I will make most likely a forum channel. We have plenty of time to do that. Those of you who have participated in other build challenges, as long as it's posted by that date, you're good. Let's try not to do a bunch of updates. I don't want to see 28 updates after the date. What I'm going to try to do is I work nights, so I'm up at that time. I will be up. School till the 23rd. And I work 5 days a week. So I'll be up at the time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to download everybody's builds. Try to be honest and not do like 500 updates after the date. I'm going to try to roll right into these videos. I'm not going to be able to hit the videos until the week afterward, but to the weekend afterward. But so this should give you plenty of weekends for those who work during the week. This should give people plenty of time to get through. That's a month, pretty much a month. You have some holiday time. Some people are going to be home for the holidays and will have more time than others. Again, we're never going to be able to level the playing field with everybody having the same amount of time. So let's not bicker over that. That has been a point of contention in previous challenges from other people. All right, so let's go ahead. I'm going to skulk in the chat for a little bit. Let's see if anybody have questions. We'll take some questions here. Let me read through the chat and go ahead, post your questions. I'm going to just read through the chat. Let's see. Hello, Alyosha15. It does not need to be based on a real life aircraft. Again, just a trainer. I'm going to show you some examples, then I'm going to actually build one here. Yes, I think Mr. G knows who I'm talking about. We got that Discord link out for anyone who needs it. Hello, Kermit from Down Under. Yeah, definitely. The in-depth rules, I think, make it so that everybody and their brother on some of these challenges from other unnamed people, they all try to skirt the rules, and it's scummy. Build a boat, and their boat flies. Well, never said he couldn't fly. It's a boat, dude. You know what I mean. And so that's why I put extra rules. Yeah, that's why I made it a month. I was going to do 2 weeks, and I made it a month to try to make sure people had time. You're going to have time. Again, that's why I made it simpler. I know it's holiday season. Originally, it was going to be a more complicated build challenge, but I decided to make it a little bit simpler so that we have the time. So all that's been taken into consideration. So you have 2 weeks left of school, I know, but that's why you have a month. Good day. Yep, good date. Yep, I think that should work out well. You have school till the 23rd. Well, you still have a good week, and so that's again why it's a month, so that you have more time. We have to have an aircraft prop. Yes, aircraft prop. Yep. Will you send out a video for the people who don't want to watch? Yes. The plan is I'm going to cut the sucker, and so be the rules. The rules will also be posted, so you don't have to watch the whole thing. I'm going to try to do a quick read down of the rules or something, but I will have some videos out. Again, it's a month, so there'll be plenty of time to go through that. No, one prop. Again, we're already getting into this thing. A prop. The other thing is, if you're making a small plane, you're going to struggle to be putting extra props in this, so I will fix that rule. We're already having issues here, so. It says use an aircraft propeller, but we'll say use one aircraft propeller. There we go. So I just fixed the rules. One aircraft propeller. So, good question. One aircraft propeller. All right. Let me go back in the stream here. Where did I leave off here? So a small plane that can handle well, preferably with some charm. Yes, that's kind of the spirit of the challenge. Tail numbers are not required. Again, that will go into detailing. Legally, you should have a tail number. I'm not going to require it, but again, when we get down to that aesthetics portion of it, if your aircraft has some cool stripes, has an eagle on the side of it, has a tail number, that will factor into aesthetics. So I'm going to start. Yeah, go ahead, keep posting some questions. I'm going to start building here. Build kind of a little example, and I will answer some questions as it goes. And this is a good time to ask questions, because if there need to be any rule addendums like I just did, I'll do that. So this is your build area. So for those who may not have seen it, this is the hangar you're going to be spawning at, this weird island here with just a runway. This is your hangar here. The specifications are in the rule set. That's your build area. So let's start new. I'm going to start building an aircraft. So it can be high wing, it can be low wing, it can be whatever you want. I'll kind of show you some inspiration. Again, I want to see what you guys come up with, what you guys think is a good trainer. you don't have to rebuild a particular aircraft, but this was one of my favorite trainers that I used to fly was Cessna 150. Cessna 150 was a two-seat. This is kind of some of the inspiration I've gone for. I'm gonna do a low wing, I think, on this little sample build. But Cessna 150 two-seater. This is what I have tons, probably 800 hours in this. I love the 150. 150 was tight. Your your I won't your elbow to elbow. Let's put it that way. You know, you have things like Cessna 172s. Let me do trainer aircraft so we can see some other ones. But yeah, give me jets, ding dong. Cessna 172. I have a bunch of time. Cessna 172. That's a four-seater. Again, we'll keep it two seats. Let's see what else we got here. Show me all these trainer. Let's do private pilot trainer aircraft. Again, it doesn't have to be any specific one. It can be low wing, it can be high wing. You can do whatever you want, but just realize there's a reason why certain trainers look the way they do. They tend to fly well. You have some diamonds here. I tend to like some Piper stuff. That's what I'm going to kind of build right here. I'm going to do kind of a warrior. Fixed wing is a warrior or Cherokee. They have thousands of names based on all the different engine changes they made over the years. But I'm going to kind of I'm going to build something a little bit kind of like a warrior. I've got a bunch of time in a warrior. Warrior is a fun aircraft. And so I'm going to go ahead and we'll go into the build section. I'm just going to kind of build an example. Again, you don't have to, there's no rules with this part of it. You can build whatever you like, but I'm just going to kind of do it. Yeah, you can use a pusher prop. No problem with that. There are a bunch of issues with the pusher prop. That's why I'm not going to use one. You do have to have tricycle landing gear with a push prop. You have to worry about hitting your propeller on the ground as you rotate. So just keep that in mind. Yep, Diamond Air Force Cadets. That would be cool. Nope. It's a trainer airplane. Fixed wing aircraft. All right, let's not rotate wings. Let's not get into a bunch of nonsense with that. Again, that's turned into a complex aircraft. You know, let's not do that. So I'm just going to check some dimensions for my own build here. Again, as long as it fits in the hangar, that's fine. I'm just checking the Piper Warrior specifications. One of the things I like to do with my own builds is I tend to like to take some inspiration from real stuff. You know, if it's kind of has the correct dimensions, it looks right, and that's why I like to do it. Come on, Warrior, give me some wing dimensions here. So I'm gonna kind of wing it. Yeah, don't do rotating wings or any of that nonsense. You're costing yourself issues with. Again, remember, one of the categories is going to be me seeing how suitable it is for a training aircraft. The more complicated you make it doing rotating wings and nonsense, if it's not a plane, it's going to get dinged in the points. And if it's really something, you know, the point is not to skirt the rules. The point is to make it a trainer aircraft. That's what it's supposed to do. So I'm going to start building my own here. And if you wish to stay for that, you can. So I'm just going to kind of build a little trainer here, kind of give people some idea. Again, you know, you're not here to copy what I'm building. Build your own. I want to see what people get, how it is. At the end of the day, if it flies well and it'll be a good trainer that doesn't scare me, that's what's going to give you the best opportunity to do well. Let me see. It could be an aerobatic trainer as long as it follows the rules. The thing with aerobatic trainers is when you're doing aerobatics, you tend one of the flight characteristics you're looking for is you actually want it to be unstable. Instability allows you to do things like rolls, loops. Remember, this is for somebody's first aircraft, so you're gonna get dinged on points if it's not very stable. And so yeah, it'll be cool. You know, you're probably not gonna lose a ton of points, but again, if I'm struggling to land it, and again remember one of the things I put on there was I should be able to put a student pilot in this and not be afraid they're going to kill themselves for a solo. I used to have to sign people off for solos all the time, and if there are planes I would not put people in. Let's put it that way. I'm not. We had a student. He had more money potentially than sense. He was quite wealthy, and he was going to buy a $400,000 brand new airplane, and he was picking one that we as flight instructors did not think was wise. And so we told him, hey, dude, this plane's gonna be a handful. And so we would go up and we would fly with him to help him learn this aircraft because we didn't want him to get hurt. And so that's kind of the thought process there is I should be able to feel comfortable letting somebody fly this airplane by themselves. So, you build an aerobatic trainer, it scares me. You're going to lose points on that ground, but you can still do it. It's just going to, just keep in mind, it's probably best not to scare me. So, try to get these windows to be not screwy. Let's see. Oh, come on. I have them highlighted, so I can't do what I want. Where is it? 2 by 3 by 3, I think. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay. So keep the questions coming. I'm just going to be back and forth building and doing this. Hey, how are you there? Good to see everybody coming in. Hopefully you guys are excited about the build challenge. I miss the build challenges. I used to participate in most of them. Had a lot of fun. Like I said, winning was never the most important thing to me. You know, everybody's different in how important that is going to be to them. Really, the most important thing to me is to have fun with it. So hopefully you guys have fun with it and enjoy it. That's the point. I didn't like in a lot of other people's build challenges how they would, again, people picking their, it wasn't supposed to be a popularity contest. I'm going to review everybody's builds. If there's 5, they're all going to get reviewed. If there's 50, they're all going to get reviewed. It'll just take longer, So I'm not trying to step on people's toes that way. Yes, that will go. Let me post it here. It's going to be ugly trying to port it in, but let me do it right now. I'll put the rules up. So let me get that in there. All right, here go the rules. So I'm going to try to copy the sucker in there and see if it has formatting issues. It very well could have a ton of formatting issues, and I have to screw with it. But let's see. Let's see if it goes in there and isn't an absolute pain. Yeah, it's a pain. All right, let me try to get this in here, unscrewed up. So I could put the link in there, but I'm trying not to do that. Let me try to get these rules in here. Let me see if this Discord is gonna be a pain. I know it will be, but let me try to get some of this in here. Stick these rules in really quick. That way, if anyone wants to start right away, they can. All right. I figured the formatting was going to be a pain. It always does that, but I was doing it at work while I was working, so that's why I did it the way I did it with, doing it on a Google Drive. All right, what are we up to? 8. Let's go past that. Yeah, let's get these rule sets in there, and then you guys can start. Those of you who are ready to start. Ah, crap. Eight. There we go. All right, so I'm just building this rule setup in here. I'm going to post this as an announcement in the build challenge. That way you guys can start. as you like. Any formatting issues, I will get back to. Okay. All right, so I'm able to actually copy this in reasonably well. Formatting's a little bit gross, but it's not terrible. Kind of expected that. It's telling me my message is too long, so let me go ahead and try to get this frickin' thing up. I'm gonna delete it out as necessary, and then we'll see how many characters I get. All right, and I will publish these once I get them up there so you can see them. So I'll do this a better way in the future. I just I kind of did it this way because I had to do the rules at work while I was working. So let's go 10. And all these will be published out. So just Discord being Discord, having a limit on how many characters I post, and I just don't want to make it complicated and go through a bunch of rigmarole to get it in there. So probably a lot better ways to do this, but that's how I end up doing it. So all right, let's get the grading criteria in there. Hopefully you can do that in 1 or 2 posts. I can't see chat at the moment, so just give me a minute. I'll get back to you guys in a sec. All right, I'm finishing this up here, and hopefully this will be, I can publish all these and they'll come out as a big string. You should be able to see them. Somebody, let's see, who was asking for it? Kermit, can you go in there and just see if you can see them already on Discord? I'd rather not publish them. I don't want to ping everybody 90 times. That way I can do this as I'm going. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's gonna look a little weird, but I don't want to have to. I don't want to have to link the Google Drive. I don't want people to have to go to the Google Drive, and then every time they want to double check, make sure they can see what's going on, So crap, this one needs to be edited. Okay, that's good. So, like I said, I'll come up with a better way to do this in the future with rule sets, but it's just I had to do this at work, so a lot of it was voice to text, and then this, before I started the stream, I ended up having to go in there and fix all of Google, what Google thinks I'm actually saying. All right, so that's in there. You guys can see it. So the rule set's up. I will, I'll make it a little bit better later, but I just want to get started on that. Let me check chat. I think I did ping it. I'm not sure. Sometimes it doesn't ping right. I put up a post which usually pings your YouTube, and then I thought I published it, but maybe it didn't do it. Yeah, that's the point. Dave McGowan is the it used to annoy me that, people didn't, it was always, you know, people were picking favorites and you didn't see it in the video. So that's why, like with creation review, I do everybody's stuff. I'm not a huge fan of the top five. It's people, usually people will click on the workshop page if it has the nicest picture, so they, and then they get up to the top and their builds may not work, or so I want to make sure that everybody gets theirs. Yeah, I know it looks like a ton of text. It is a ton of text. Now let's get working on this build a little bit. Keep the questions coming. I'm just going to be in and out of the build here, so be kind of like a normal stream here. So kind of seeing how these windows are always the area that things get kind of wonky weird. Kind of figure out how to get this mated up here. Again, we're not doing XML, so is it twos? Are these too tall? I think these are too talls. Yeah. Okay. And again, at the end of the day, it's supposed to be a trainer. Most of the trainers are not super lookers. That's not the point. The point of a trainer is, it should be something that you can fly with a student pilot, and you're not in fear for your life. That's the whole that's the whole point of the trainer. Is kind of a when I was the place that I did most of my flight instructing at, they started buying these planes frankly, because they were cheap. And they needed a more modern fleet. Their fleet was getting old. It was in the 70s. And in the 70s, planes are starting to get a little bit too old, I think, in my opinion, just to keep flying. You can really replace most of an airplane and be fine, but you start getting things like stress fractures in the wings, which is dangerous. My flight school that I went to college at actually lost one because they had a stress fracture in the wing and people got killed. And so ideally, you want to refresh the fleet and get some new stuff in there. Um, and so the place that I was flight instructing at, they bought these new planes. They were not good trainers. They were really bad trainers. Let me see. Nope, no HOTUS. Let's put that on the rules. No HOTUS. Keyboard and mouse. Put that in. I don't want mouse control either, really. I'll put it right into Discord rules. Um, I try to. I'll add it to the rules. It's gonna be in there somewhere. It's being annoying. I don't know if. Let me try to edit it in there. Let me get up to there. Trying to find the control scheme here and add it to that. Yeah, I don't want. Thank you for keeping asking about all the different. Edit this message there. Where are we at here? Yep. Keyboard and mouse. No HOTUS. No mouse flying. I'm trying to keep the stand by. No mouse flying, mouse only for looking. Yeah, I want to keep the control schemes pretty much the same. That way, again, if I could get in, when I was a flight instructor, I could go get in a Piper Warrior, fly with a student. I could go get an Cessna 152, go fly with a student. I could go get a Cessna 172, go fly with a student. I could switch all day long and not have any problem controlling the plane. I didn't have to reinvent how to fly again every time I got in a plane. There's a reason why flight controls are standardized at this point. So I'm not going to do HOTUS. There's too much issue with that. With it auto detecting and causing issues with the build. I don't want to get into that. I'm just going to fly, and I want to kind of have everybody kind of using the same type of controls. That way, everybody's on a level playing field. It's going to be a stock car. It's not going to be unlimited class. Let's put it that way. Put a pillar here. These window sections are always a pain to get to look right. Cut it in here, I think. I would love it if they would make it so padded seats could have control capabilities. That would be awesome. I would really like that. I'll work on this section here in a second. This is kind of try to get that section fixed here. Let me see. Cylinder count. I don't have a recommended cylinder count. At the end of the day, my favorite trainer that one of my favorite trainers I flew was the Cessna 152. It was small, it was maneuverable. Most trainers have the same, I forget the number, it was IO something. Most of the trainers that I've flown tend to have the same Lycoming 4-cylinder engine. Build what you like for engine. Just realize that this is not a speed competition. The Cessna 152 rotation speed was around 50 knots. Max speed was 80 knots. You had a 30-knot window for flight. There was no reason to be going around 120 knots. At the end of the day, what I'm going to be testing this on is I'm going to take off. I'm going to go to a chandelle. I'm going to do some low-speed maneuvering. I might try out a couple stalls, just see how it performs. I'm going to come back, do a pattern, and land. And so I don't need something that screams at 200 knots. That has no real benefit in a trainer. If you want to make something fast, great, but probably not even getting it up to speed. There's going to be no extra grading on if your craft goes fast. Let's put it that way. I'm gonna probably eyebrow this, John. Yeah, 6 cylinders fine. A Cessna 182 has a 6-cylinder in it. Most of the trainers had 4-cylinder Lycomings just because, if you had 5 different types of trainers, you could easily throw in. You could pull one Lycoming, pull a cylinder off, put a different Lycoming cylinder in. This is getting a little weird on my design here, but I'll get this figured out here. These windows are always annoying. I'm going to bump out my windows. I'm trying to design as I'm talking, so. All right, I'm kind of already making an airliner, but let me fix some of this here already. That's one of the things, like I was starting to say, was I wish they would let us control from a padded seat. That way we could kind of make some thinner, especially aircraft, but I don't expect that to come. But it would be cool. All right, I'm gonna get that block in there. Let's delete this. I kind of make it a little wider. So again, this is just kind of a little bit of a build example. Again, it's mostly for fun, kind of see how I would do it. But at the end of the day, the main characteristics that the vehicle should embody is being, something that's good for a trainer, something that's docile, something that, if it scares me, you're going to lose points. Let's put it that way. If I feel comfortable with it, again, I've had to sign off a lot of people for solos. There are people that I refuse to sign off for solos that I never thought were going to be able to solo, and it happens, and if I'm terrified of putting you out in that plane solo, you're not going solo. And that was always my rule. I had colleagues who signed people off who were not ready, and they crashed planes. And luckily, there were some serious injuries after I left that company, but there were never any serious injuries where when I worked there. It was mostly that new plane. I blame a lot of that on that new plane that was not a good trainer, and people should not have been in as a trainer aircraft. So again, it should be docile. I should feel like I can sign somebody off and let them go fly this airplane and not be terrified that they're going to go kill themselves. It's kind of the criteria that I am going by. So, we're not talking an L-39 here learning how to be a fighter pilot. We're talking, we're very much talking something that's going to be comfortable for the training environment. So, you can put what engine you want in there. Just keep in mind that it's not a speed challenge by any stretch of the imaginations. If it goes 80 knots and that's it, that's fine. If it goes 60 knots and that's it, that's fine. Again, it's do I get scared in this craft? Am I biting my nails as somebody with a ton of flight experience, and because I'm biting my nails, I'm never going to let a new pilot solo in it. That's when it's going to lose points. Um, yeah, I'm not doing a. Whoop, I just lost something here. Um, yeah, I'm not doing a viewed roof just because like the Pipers never had them. You tended to have those glass roofs when you had a high wing because the wing blocked your views. So if it was a high wing, like a Cessna 172, you had the wing here. So by having the two little skylights, I might put skylights on anyways, but by having the two little skylights on a Cessna 172, the wing was blocking a lot of your view right here. And so the skylights allowed you to check, see if there was a plane up here above your wing. When you have a low wing, you can look out your eyebrow window and you can look and you can see if there's a plane above you. I may put one in there, I may not, but all right. So starting to come along here, starting to get the shape better how I want it. All right, and so start working on my engine. So I like the old 4-cylinder boxers. Again, build what you like. It has to be modular, of course, diesel. I don't want people putting in jets and everything else. We'll have plenty of challenges that are challenging, and I kind of like this thought process of having kind of some trainer aircraft. Again, I've trained in jets, I've trained in props, so I'm more than happy to have some jet stuff later. But this one, I definitely wanted it to be a tiny little trainer. And so those who are already, I can see people wheel spinning in people's heads of, oh, I put the wrong thing there. Wheel spinning in people's heads about, trying to make the fastest plane possible. If it goes 200 knots, all you're going to be doing most likely is costing yourself in the fuel efficiency category. You know what? Most of our, most of the time when you're in a trainer, you're not at full throttle. You might go full throttle to go out to the practice area to go do some maneuvers, but that's going to be about it. You spend most of your time doing your initial training in the pattern, doing takeoffs and landings. So one of the things I want to get a step, I will put in a prop pitch at some point. That's not I'm trying to figure it out this video. I'm thinking it'll be 10 to 20%. I'll have to see how it behaves. The main thing with that is since we're not doing any XML editing, I have to be careful of the grip of the tires. So when you start your engine, the park and brake should hold it at idle thrust. So if you have an idle at you can go as low as 2.5 RPS and keep the engine running. I'm thinking between 10 and 20%. Exactly. Yeah, if it's too fast. So a point of caution. There's some great builders out there who I've been testing out some of their builds in the Creation Review series, who make some great builds. But one of the things that I'm not a huge fan of is I want really good control of the throttle. So if I tap my up arrow, let's say you do it in my recommended control scheme. Again, do what you want, but if it's easy, I don't care if it's say 1-2 or throttle, but just realize it's easier to fly with WASD with your left hand and up, down, left, right with your right hand. That makes it a lot easier to fly, and the point of this aircraft is to be easy to fly. So, for example, that person's aircraft used up, down as their throttle. If I would tap it once down, I was losing 40 knots. And so when I came into land, if I tapped it down once, it would stall. If I tapped it up once, it was too fast, and I would float and go really long. So it's pretty simple. All you have to do is decrease the sensitivity on your throttle. I don't care if it takes me 5 years to get my throttle set for approach. At the end of the day, the regs were plus or minus 10 knots was, granular control. Plus or minus 10 knots was the reg. So when you were on a check ride, you had to be able to keep your speed plus or minus 10 knots of what you're supposed to be. So if your approach speed is 55 knots, if you go 10 knots under 55, you're going to stall. If you go 65 knots, that was the most you could go. You're going to float way too far down the runway. You're going to get ganked on the check ride. I like a nice granular control. If your approach speed's 55 knots, I should be able to come in at 55 knots. So that's going to be, and it's again, one of the reasons I did 1 through 10 was you might lose a point or two. If every time I tap the key, I'm losing 40 knots, I'm going to be like, oh my God, dude. So one of the things that is annoying about an aircraft propeller is they're too big. That's one of the reasons I was almost thinking about using a rotor, but we're going to stick with this. We'll do some spin. We might have some spindly gear, some tall gear. Um, but that's the only bad thing about the aircraft propeller, and it was one of the reasons I was almost thinking of not having it. But if you look at the diameter of my cockpit, I have two seats next to each other. Again, you can do tandems, just I have to be able to land it. Um, if you see where my propeller is here, I probably could go up one. If you look at the diameter of the propeller, the propeller does need to kind of stick over the cockpit a little bit, or else you're not going to get any airflow actually pushing thrust. You're just going to be blowing against the side, your windows, and you're not going anywhere. So that's kind of, size-wise what we're looking at here. Let's see. Can I do a wedge there? So again, aesthetics doesn't mean it has to look like a fighter jet. Again, none of these are going to be fighter jets. This is a trainer. At the end of the day, a good trainer is docile and it handles well and it doesn't scare the crap out of the flight instructor and the student. And it allows you to make some mistakes. So again, that's the point of this challenge is a nice trainer. So the looks aren't going to be, does this look like a sports car? If it looks like a sports car and it flies great, you're not going to lose points by any stretch of the imagination. But it doesn't have to look like a Ferrari. If you want to look at some pictures of some trainers, that's what that's what we're building here. So, is that how I want that? Let's see. Can I go there and then down? Trying to see. Trying to get my own aesthetic issues going here. So, a lot of these trainers look pretty damn boxy. That's because, they're on a budget. You're not going to lose points for that. Again, that's one reason I'm not doing XML parts. Let's all have the same tools. So like that. It's pretty simple looking. Doesn't have to be overly complicated. I could probably round that a little bit. One of the reasons I'm keeping this a little square right now is I need to put in my nose wheel. So one thing to keep in mind is where your propeller is going to hit. So what I'm going to do is if I go to a 4-blade, I'm just going to do that. That's a good way to tell how low your propeller is going to go. All right, we'll see you later, Mr. G. Thanks for watching. You notice how my propeller's clipping in. So if you put a 4-blade on there, that's going to help you test out your landing gear. So we're going to go in there and you don't want to hit the prop. So what we'll do is we'll make I'm going to see where the prop is right there. And I'm going to go up one. I'm going to get this prop set. So, if you look in real life, you don't have a ton of clearance, maybe a block or two from the ground. So that's about where you're looking for your gear. That will also give you the ability to do some steering gear. So, the rotors would be nice just to be able to get it smaller, but, I think we'll stick with the, what do you call it, the aircraft propeller. I tested out a really cool build this last week with the build series video, and that the person had a aircraft propeller on there, and it worked out quite well. So it's definitely doable. I don't care if they're tall. They have plenty of build space. Again, the end of the day, flight characteristics are most important to me. You do have a pretty big hangar here. Big is fine. Smaller is good too, but big is fine. I'm not ganking people's builds for it being big. Just keep that in mind that you want to make it so it can be handled. So this is not considered a glitch. So watch this. So see how this is all one unit? Doing this now is not a glitch. All right, that's fine. I have no problem with that. All right, so you don't have to worry about that being considered a glitch. That's a part. That's an element of the building game. Glitches are exploiting things. That's not really exploiting it. So that's good there. I don't like the clipping on it, so I'm going to put a pipe. I might do this instead. Let's actually, I'm going to connect it. You know, if you want to keep that disconnected like that, that's fine. As long as it functions. I'm not getting overly particular with that. I'm actually going to spindleize my nose gear a little bit. Where are we at here? Wait, what? What's up, Mr. G? So one tip for a lot of people, let's bring up Piper Warrior. I'll show you in a second. So let's go images. I got 9 million windows open. So Piper Warrior, you notice a lot of these planes, they sit towards the tail just a little bit, and that's to accommodate for the prop. So like here's a good example of it. So see how the tail sits a little bit lower and it slopes upward? The reason they do that is so that give you extra clearance for your prop. Now, the issue in game we have is that we have to build in quarter blocks, but you can also do it with suspension. So I'm just trying to see what's up with Mr. G. So we'll see if I need a bigger engine. Oh, okay. I just want to make sure I know he was going to go. I want to make sure I saw him before he went. All right, so this is an important step, making sure my propeller is going to do. I'm probably going to use some suspension on the rear wheels. You can also, the nice thing with using these wheels and not the casters is you can change the diameter. So this wheel will be this size. You don't need a ton of prop clearance. You know, if you get a prop strike, you'll lose some points, but not a ton. Again, you know, part of it is if I'm flying it and I make some mistakes, I'm not ganking you for my mistakes flying. Like, you know, I had an issue with a build I just did on my build review, and it was my fault. And so that person didn't get ganked for it. You know, it was me just kind of screwing up a little bit. So you're not going to get ganked on my errors. Oh, symmetry, the devil. Okay. Oh, symmetry, how I hate you sometimes. Because you're not on when I think you're on. Let's see. Nope, I had a student do that. That was, they broke the engine mount, and I was quite annoyed. Good little story with that. Student was actually doing pretty well for weeks, had no problems. You know, I used to keep my hand, I had my left hand on my left knee and my right hand on my right knee. And the yoke in a Cessna 152 is all of about 1 inch above my knee. So my fingertips are down at my knees, and the reason I did that was I could, in an instant, flip my right hand and have it on the yoke in case I needed to take the controls. And my left hand would go shooting out. It would knock the hand off the throttles, and I had the throttles. And this student, they did do one other stupid thing that, not stupid thing, one other thing that scared me. It's not stupid. They were learning, but you know, they landed on the nose wheel first and broke the engine mount. So, you know, the approach was fine. We were going in there. Everything was looking good. And at the last second, they just dumped the nose and they just tapped the nose wheel. And it was enough to break the engine mount. And we flew back. I flew back. And I got out, checked the engine mount. It was only cracked. It wasn't a big deal. And then when I took the landing coming in, I landed with the nose wheel off the ground. And I kept the, you know, if you give, you know, these small aircraft are light enough. If you give enough power, you get enough airflow from the propeller over the tail plane that the elevator can actually, you can use that to lift the nose off the ground. So I taxied all the way to our hangar with my nose wheel off the ground. And then I killed the prop because if the nose wheel broke, it hits the prop. If you have a prop strike, you have to rip the engine apart and it's like 20 grand. So as I was taxiing in, as I got close, I pulled the mixture, killed the prop stopped. They tend to stop in this orientation here. So the prop will stop like this. And that's so that if you did crash, you wouldn't hit the prop. And the prop stopped. I dumped the nose down, let the nose hit the ground, and nothing happened. But if it had broken, we wouldn't have had to overhaul the engine. I, I'm just reading a comment. Yeah. Yeah, the engine overhauls are no joke. They're expensive, and so any chance, so the shop was quite glad that it didn't break, but they had to put an engine mount. It's not a huge deal. It's mostly time and wages that they're having to spend to put an engine mount on, which sucks, but it wasn't a huge deal, but it was annoying. The student did that to me. As you can imagine. This thing doesn't have to have a ton of fuel, but again, it has to be fuel efficient. Some trainers, generally you're refueling every leg, and so you'll go up for an hour or so. And a lot of times you're not at full throttle. These are trainers; they're not meant to be going and doing the $100 burger. For anybody who doesn't know what the $100 burger is, um, you would, if you own an airplane, you want to go take it out on the weekend. It's your hobby, so you'll tend to, oh, hey, you'll go annoy the wife with your hobby, and you'll be like, hey, do you want to go and go get a burger? Well, of course, the burger's going to cost you $100 just in fuel, you know. Oh, thank you. Yes, breakfast sounds good. I haven't eaten yet, but I eat once a day. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, A&P stories are always fun. I've always liked to hang out with the mechanics. I do it at work now. Um, I've always liked to hang out with the mechanics, and it's like I've talked to my mechanics. Some of the drivers are not nice to their mechanics, and I've talked to the mechanics, and I'm like, dude, I'm like, I don't get it. The whole time I was flying, the better the relationship you have with the mechanics. Not that anyone's gonna do anything scummy and like sabotage your plane, but you want to have a good relationship with your mechanics. These are the people who keep you from having a crash. And this works, in driving as well. Why would you, you know, why would you not want to have a good relationship with your mechanics? I don't get it. Okay, I was gonna almost do the stupid thing and put my wings down one. That would be a problem with gear, so keeping that in mind. So one thing, again, little tip. Your wings are your favorite place. This is going to be a smallish build. It's not, you can make it how you like it, but it's going to be a smallish build. So keep that in mind with hiding microcontrollers. So you're going to have to keep that in mind. The wings are going to have to move back a little bit, probably. I'm not making them uber duber thick, but I'm just kind of trying to get them kind of built because I want to start on my tailplane. So I'm trying to keep mine on the smallish side, but again, you do you. I want to see some variety. I like seeing how people conquer the different problems. That was one of my favorite things with all these build challenges is, you come up with some rules. One of the build challenge types of build challenge I never really liked was the build whatever you like because it was like having a little bit of guidance. You see how all the different choices people make to try to solve the same problem essentially. And I always thought that was kind of cool. Right. So I'm in and out of chat. So, what do you mean a performance? Oh, no, 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 not that. I know what you mean now. Performance warning. No, don't worry about that. I've got a 3080 Ti. It'll run anything. I don't expect any lag. Don't worry about that. There won't be any lag for me, so you don't have to worry about that. I'm gonna mate it in a second. I'm mating from the bottom and the top. I kind of do a weird little sculpt in, sculpt out. It's gonna get mated back up. I'm just trying to get the right slope in there, and I'm gonna fix it in a second here. The main thing I'm worried about is I build all my stuff realistically, so I end up worrying about airflow over the rudder and stuff that doesn't matter in games. So I'll get the tail design done up here. Just don't worry, I'll get there. So I'm curious myself about seeing what the you know one of the nice things about not having to Where are we at here? What am I looking for, Wedge? I will be it's a little bit too slope for me, but what I want to do is get the tail section. So I'm going to end up cutting it and probably moving it. So the whole thing I'm doing is I'm doing all of this to get this. So this can go up and down. I'm not finalizing that. I'm trying to get the empennage built is what I'm trying to do here. So I would love to put a Piper full moving tail, but that's not going to work. So I'm not going to do that. So I'm kind of, I miss flying the Piper Warrior. I like the Arrow better just because it was complex, but, I like flying the Arrow better. I like more complicated aircraft, so I like multi-engine more than that. I like jets more than that. I do miss general aviation just because it was more fun. Or small. See what small looks like. Small is good size. So about there. Yeah, so it's not going to keep this shape. I want this tail plane established, then that can come up. It is probably going to come up. I don't want that much slope. I want less slope, but I'm doing this to cut it out. I tend to do a sculpting method where I kind of sculpt the build and cut parts out. And a lot of people, they're really good at just kind of designing it the way they want. I kind of think that is kind of, some people have that artistic mind where they can, like, I can't imagine how somebody paints a realistic looking picture. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Um, there's no way I can do that. I have to kind of, build and reform and build and reform. Some people can just like see the final product in their head. I can't do that. So that's kind of why I do these sculpting methods where I kind of like build a little cut, move, cut, move. There are certainly more efficient ways to do it, but this allows me to kind of see the shapes and kind of see where I want them. That's too fat of a tail. I don't want it to be a 1950s tail. Certain things I do like a 1950s tail on, certain things I do not like a 1950s tail on. So the 1950s used to do very square everything. They didn't really have much. They had wind tunnels before somebody Wikipedia's me when wind tunnels came out, but they were doing wind tunnels with Spitfires, I think. But they tended not to. Wind tunnels are very expensive, so for small aircraft, they weren't doing a bunch of wind tunneling for small aircraft. So. All right. That's looking pretty good. Tail, trying to get the empennage kind of solidified here. So the Pipers had a full moving tail plane. One of the things I love with the Piper, let me just check really quick. Yeah. Yeah, with the ships tend to be when you get that message. Once you get them away from dock, they're usually not too bad. Yeah, that's my issue is I'm more technical. I can't like I like can't even fathom how artists can see the stuff like imagine if you could see the entire time what you're drawing. Yeah, but like I just can't imagine how they do that. So it's definitely that different type of brain. So Piper's had this really cool whole moving tail, so the entire tail plane moved. Um, that's more like how airliners do it. I always like that, but it's harder to recreate in game and get it right. So the Piper elevators tended to stick out past because they were whole moving planes. So again, this isn't going to be a Piper, but it's kind of taking some inspiration. One of the things I was going to talk about is one of the things I love with flying the Warriors, and one of the reasons I love Warriors the most is so if you look at the wing, it's very square. They called this a Hershey bar wing. So the Pipers often had Hershey bar wings, and because they're square like a Hershey bar. Cessnas had a wing that looked kind of like this at the end. So the tips on say a Cessna 172, they kind of went in like this. And so kind of making it crude. But so that's how like a Cessna 172, a Cessna 152 had it. And so because of the angle of the back sweep of the wing, and you have less wing here, when you would practice stalls on a Cessna, this section, the tips of the wings would stall first. Well, that's where your aileron is. And so your ailerons would stall. So what happened in a Cessna was you tended to have the left wing dip on you. And so the left wing would fall off to the side. And you don't want to correct with aileron. You would correct with rudder. But I wouldn't say it wasn't violent, but it was a little bit more jarring on a Cessna to have that happen. Let me see. You'll get over it. Uh, um, so the left wing would dip often because the direction the propeller was turning on a Cessna. And so on the Pipers with the Hershey bar wing, because they were squared like this, you never got that dip. And so one of the cool things you could do with a Piper was you could hold it in the stall and you could let it stall and you could stall for you could lose 3,000 feet in a stall and you'd fall perfectly flat. And it was the safest feeling thing because they were so docile with a Hershey bar wing. So I love a Hershey bar wing. If there was a good quality Piper Warrior that I could buy tomorrow, I'd go buy one. It was one of my favorite planes. It was just the handling characteristics were great. I do worry about the wing stress because my college lost an arrow. They had wing stress, and they got a flight examiner and a student get killed. But that was wing stress issues on that, so that was kind of sucked. But I think I'll route it there. Doesn't need to be a huge. Doesn't need. Trying to decide how fat I want this John. Yeah, I'm just trying to spatially look at that. Yeah, I've never flown a Cub. Cub would be cool. Tail draggers, I would like. It would be nice to get a tail dragger endorsement. It would be nice to get a what do you call it? A seaplane endorsement. You know, those kind of things would be cool to me as kind of an aviation nerd who flew some conventional boring nonsense. Not boring, but aerobatics. I did some light aerobatics, and we had a Cessna 152 aerobat, which was a lot of fun. So I'm liking that tail plane. All right, so I'm going to lift up my tail section's coming up a little bit. I'm going to probably go up just a block on it. So let's go grab. Which, yeah, that's the thing though is, slow's not always bad. Unless you're trying to actually go somewhere in the plane all the time. Slow's not bad. A lot of people are going out and they're putting around on a Saturday. It doesn't really matter how slow the plane is. Just I'm eyeballing a lot of this spatially. That's going to run into tail strike problems there. That's better. I do have to worry about tail strike. I'm liking it lower. I'll just cut higher. I'm thinking there. Let's try to join that up. Okay. All right. Tail strike, it depends. I was going to say tail strike's not a huge deal, but depends on how you're tail striking something, beating the hell out of it. Yeah, but used to there was a little tab. It was just a metal tab on the bottom that you would every once in a while you could scrape a little bit, but it wasn't the end of the world. All right, let's start finishing up this here. All right, so you are getting cut in. So I have this kind of almost set up like a full moving tail. I don't really need it set up that wide, but I'll fix that later. I was thinking of doing the full moving tail, and then I was like, nah. So let me kind of rework the end of this here. Okay. I It can be weird if I do that a little bit. Yeah, let's. Not if I do this though. Let me try something here. Sometimes the drag is annoying here. That's too sharp. I don't like it. Uh, yeah, what rules don't Sky like? I'm interested in that. I could see Sky wanting to do some more fancy stuff. That's kind of the rules are kind of saying nah, dog. But yeah, part of it is I think you get some good rules and there's some good restrictions that can also help it a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit too much like a fish. Don't like that. I'm gonna square it and then I'm gonna start cutting in hard. I have to worry about tail strike, so I'm just gonna put a pipe there to control the tail strike. But because the gear is gonna be here, so you have to worry about that's actually I don't think we're really in tail strike territory yet. Yeah, that was like, back when we were flight training, of course, we always want to fly something bigger, faster, bigger, faster. Um, now after flying, 600 something knots, I care less about the speed. And like, a Cessna 152, I love the Cessna 152 as well, but they're getting too old now to have. Um, one of the nice things, they only go 80. Well, that was great for training because, like, we didn't need, you didn't need to be burning holes in the sky. You needed to be getting out to the training area and getting back. You didn't really care about burning holes in the sky. That wasn't really the goal, of flight training. The flight training was to go out, do some maneuvers, come back. Go out, do some maneuvers, come back. Switch students, go do some maneuvers with a different student. I didn't need to be burning holes in the sky all day, so that was kind of the goal there. This is probably not going to work for me. Oh, I can't do any fours there. Yeah, that's not going to work. All right. I'm not hating that shape. Yep, that's the whole reason I did the no XML is there will be plenty of XML challenges in the future. I wanted to do no XML on this first challenge as a couple reasons. One, leveling the playing field. Two, there are going to be some blocky looking builds, and I kind of wanted to do it on purpose to get people to all have the same parts. XML is not, I would say, outside of the parts category, but it's gonna be something that it takes people out of their comfort zone, and that's one of the things I like with the challenge. There will be aesthetic XML in the future for future builds, but this one I want it, especially it's gonna be a trainer aircraft. I want to see what people do with by not XMLing. Some of this tail plane I'm not thrilled with. I'm gonna do it if I'm gonna do it this wide. I could move this up one. Trying to see what I don't like with it. It's this fishy right there. I don't like that. I could do a little bit of a design there to help it out a little bit. Again, this is all aesthetic stuff that doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, the build itself for this challenge is going to be function over that. But yep, I figured XML would annoy some people, but that's kind of the goal is to get it. Let's all start with the same parts for this first build, and then after that, go buck wild, and people can expect it. But and a part of one of the things that I will be, in the other challenges is aesthetics are going to be more important on, other builds. This one is, you know what, you're going to lose if your plane looks fantastic on this challenge, and I'm terrified to fly, and it's hard to fly, and it's not a good trainer. It's going to do a lot worse than somebody's build that looks absolutely hideous and flies well. That's kind of the point of this build. Other builds where looks are more important, that's when I'm going to, allow XML editing, because that makes sense to say, hey, this one's kind of build me something cool looking, and then, that's when that's going to come into play. So, that's when you'll get into XML editing is on that stuff. This first one's going to be very much form fact. What do you call it? Function over form. There we go. Put that in there. It's going to be a little bit kind of not wonky on this, but it's going to be dips and dives on this section here. They you kind of wanted some ribbing a little bit, not necessarily that's ribbing, but kind of a little bit of ribbing on the aircraft to give them more structural strength. Yeah, train challenge sounds like a good idea. After this, or even during this build challenge, I'll probably do it after. I'd like to roll into the next one because, I was thinking some of them I like to do maybe like 2 weeks, some of them I like to do a month long. So have some varied timing on them, especially with the holidays. I wanted this to be a longer time period. Some people are going to be absolutely have no time with the holidays because of all the things they have to do. Some people are going to be absolutely slammed with time on the holidays. So that's why this one's longer. I will be asking for what people would like for challenges after this, or probably getting towards the close of this, and then we'll kind of see what sounds good, So definitely there'll be a time to kind of put some input in there. So I'm liking the shape. This is shaping up. I've done one of the things that I don't like that I do is put in a bunch of stuff I have to go back and cut out, like all this, but it's not a huge deal. But shape on this is good. So again, at the end of the day, with a trainer, if you look out there, some of the trainers, I'll bring up the plane that was a pain. Some of these trainers, the most hideous thing you've ever seen in your life. And it's because they don't care what it looks like. If it's cheap and economical and it flies well, that's what they like. So this was the plane. It wasn't, I never got to fly it. It was never a bad plane. Let's put it that way. The thing that caused people issues was, if you notice, this has a caster nose wheel, and that was a way to save money. There's nothing necessarily wrong with a caster nose wheel, but you see, the nose wheel can spin 360 degrees, and you use differential braking. So you want to go right, you tap the right brake, and you go right, and the nose wheel would caster. The issue was when you had a student pilot come down and land, if they put the nose down firmly, the wheel would caster. It would go like this, like a shopping cart. It would jitter back and forth, and they'd freak out, and the only way they could steer was with brakes. And so if the plane started going to the left a little bit because the caster was biased to the left, they would slam on the right brake and it would spin them right, and they'd break the plane up. And it caused crash. There were some issues with that. It was all landing issues. There were a couple bad accidents at the place I worked at after that. And so it's actually a metal tube in there. Let me see if I can't. No, don't give me the Wikipedia. Let me see if I can open the picture. I believe this is metal tube. Let me look inside. Where are we? Oh, there we go. Hopefully it's not tiny. Okay, perfect. It's big. Usually it might be fiberglass, but it looks like from this, I think it's metal tube. The Cessnas were like this too. There's actually a metal tube just like this. It's usually solid piece of steel, and it's spring steel going straight in here, and then that's just facade over the top of it. And so it's like a piece of springy steel. Generally, that's how like Cessna 152 did it. Let me see if I find that. Let's see, 152, 150, 152, whatever it is. Their model's pretty interchangeable. Like, yeah, if you look at this, like there's actually just a metal tube in there, and then that's just aluminum facade. And if you look right here, there's a little step. That step actually attaches to the metal tube. And so you know, those like a Cessna 152, 172, all that, they had steerable nose wheels, so that made it nice. And so you could land and the nose wheel was going to be straight, and you didn't have to worry about castering. Might thin this out a little bit. I think I might thin this. I want to get into engine building and stuff a little bit. Um, I, I definitely want to get that prop pitch, but that's something that can come later. I don't think people are gonna have a terrible time trying to set their prop pitch. I'm gonna just give you a prop pitch, to run on, because it can be a fixed pitch prop. Let's go. I'm trying to think how to come in the bottom, and I'll see. Yeah, I want to do this to finish it. That's gonna be a little weird because of the way I have it set up. So I'll just go like this. I don't want to. I don't want to play with aesthetics all day. I want to kind of get it going here. But I'm not. It's a little bit fat, but I don't really care. Let's get moving. Wing needs to come back. So let's go ahead and oh, get out of there, you. Let's get this big Hershey bar wing kind of placed. Wing needs some work, but so I'm gonna put my fuel in the wings. You're not gonna need a ton of fuel on this. Again, it's a trainer. I'm gonna go do some chandelles. Just generally fly. Take it through its paces. See how it flies. Does it fly well? And then I'm gonna come in. I'm gonna do a pattern. Make sure it lands well. Make sure it lands comfortably for a, for a student pilot. Might actually just thicken the wing up. I think I'm gonna thicken the wing up. So let's go like that. All right, and then I'll put that in a second here. That'll actually look pretty proportional and right. This area here would definitely be where I'd want to XML it. But it's again, we're not going to do that. Trust me, there's some things I would like to XML on this as well. Definitely, I'd like to slope out the blocks a little bit better, but I'm not going to do it. And so, again, it's a restriction for me as well. All right, so that's pretty good. Let's work. So main gear are important. So rotation. Rotation is when the plane pitches up to take off. So you need to understand how mechanically this is going to work. So if you have your wheel, so really quickly, let's throw some wheels on this. I'm just going to do a really simple caster wheels just to set it. Let's put this all the way down. And then I'm just going to do some quick casters, just kind of show you some tips here. I'm going to do a couple tips. So see where we're right there in the center of gravity? If I were to put these right there in the center of gravity, they need to come down some. Let's go, what are you? I think maybe, let's do 2 to start with. It's probably going to be 1, but yeah. Let me see. Let me actually do this. I'm going to put in one more maybe. Let's increase the size. Let's double these. So I'm using these wheels just because I can change the size of them and the fly. So see how my gear is right at the center of gravity? We're going to have issues with that. It's going to sit on its tail. All right. Now, that's good because that allows us to rotate, but we sit on our tail. What we used to be able to do is we could come out here and we'd sit on the horizontal stabilizer, and we could pick up the nose wheel to turn the plane. So you'd sit here and you'd push, and this is actually how you'd turn your plane. And you could actually turn the plane by pushing on the wings, by pushing on the tail. And so you'd sit on it, pick up the nose wheel so the nose wheel wasn't dragging. Now the issue you're going to have is, let me see what he's saying, metal tubes. Yeah, the modern stuff is composite struts, but a lot of the older stuff was metal. So let me just continue with what I was doing with my gear tip here. So you want your mains just aft of your center of gravity, but you don't want it so far aft that it fights at rotating, because then your tail needs to actually rotate by pushing down. So you think of it as a seesaw. So you kind of want these wheels just behind your center of gravity. So let's look at our center of gravity. It's there. There's going to be fixed gear. Again, a lot of people would have liked to put in fancy dancy retracts. At some point, I'll continue in this theme. We'll do some more build videos where we do some more beginner trainer aircraft, and we'll actually go through complex aircraft where you have variable pitch prop. People get to learn how that works. Need to go up a block. I love working on retractable gear, but one of the reasons you don't learn retractable gear as a student pilot is people will be landing with a gear up constantly. When you do your commercial, so see how that it favored the tail, and then it landed on its nose. That's what you want. That's a good balanced airplane. Notice how it's sloping towards the tail. That keeps my prop from hitting the ground. So that's what you want to do with your wheels. I do recommend these wheels over the casters, and the reason is, as you can see, I made these. I increased these size to 2. This one's at size 1. That allows me to help balance that out. So now notice some things that I can do if I'm tall enough. Of course, everything's oversized in game, but my player character weighs 70. If I get out here on this tail, I am damn close to tipping this. Let's find our tip point. Let's do battle cannon pieces. They're 40 for a 3 slot. So that's 80 weight right there. That's 10 more than my player character. All right, so notice how it's just barely off the ground. It's right at balance point. By doing that, I only need 80 pounds of force to rotate my aircraft on takeoff. If I move these wheels back more, I need more and more and more and more and more weight. And so that's why some people's aircraft struggle to take off, is their landing gear is set too far back behind the center of gravity, and it's the opposite for a tail dragger. And you need more and more and more force on your elevators to be able to rotate. All right, so this is balanced well, that it only takes 80 units to do it. Let me see or 80 kilograms. I'm just reading some chat. Yeah, we used to pull them by the prop, because you figure the prop is solidly attached. We used to stick our butts on the wing root here, and you'd kind of sit with your butt on the wing root, and you'd kind of push any of those areas that were well attached. If we were rotating an airplane, we'd push on the wingtips. That just gives you a longer lever arm. All right, so our wheels are set in. So next thing I have to worry about is flaps. So I don't need them this wide. I'm going to actually go in more, and so I have my pivot point figured here. Let's go there. Am I going to regret making it that narrow? Probably. I'm going to put struts on as well. Give me a little bit of spring. You don't really need much spring in game. Don't worry about having a ton of suspension. There are plenty of aircraft that have no suspension in game. If it flies well, and if I can get good low speed handling, I'm not going to need much in the way of that. Let's check that out. Just want to make sure it returns. Perfect. That's beautifully balanced. So now if I add weight in the front, I need to, keep balancing it, but we're good there. All right, so I just did that so that I can cut in a flap. How many blocks wide are you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7. So I want my flaps pretty close to my wheels. I want them inboard. 7. Okay. And so, there are all different types of flaps. There are flaps that slide out to add both camber. Camber is kind of the bend of the wing, the curve of the wing. Camber adds lift. You also have camber, but you also increase the length. So you have very complex flaps that will also slide out. Those add both wing length and camber. But trainers, you tend not to, like Cessna 172s will do that, where they slide out. Kind of making the wing a little bit big and blocky, but like I said, I like that Hershey bar. Again, you know what? You're going to lose more points for it flying, in a non-friendly manner to it as a trainer than you are going to for aesthetics. All right, then aileron. I'm going to put some small on aileron. Um, the further out on the wingtip you put your ailerons, the smaller the ailerons can be. So again, one of the things too with this being a month out for the build is, I will be posting. I have to cut videos and make them so that people can see a little bit better. Um, you know, uh, so you don't have to watch like whatever this, however long this is going to be. So you don't have to watch all the video to get the details. I do have to cut all that, so there will be, video and everything else. It will come. Just have to do it. There we go. Starting to slim up some of this here. I kind of want my ailerons in a little bit though. I have a huge aversion to any clipping, so you're not going to lose points for clipping, but personally, my own builds, I don't like clipping, so that's not something you have to worry about for your builds. But crap, I hate doing that. I should have just cut them out. There we go. Forget about symmetry sometimes. I'll be in and out of chat, so let me, where are we at here? Yeah, it's kilo. I keep bouncing back and forth. Yeah, so the character weighs about what I weigh. So, that's they're talking about the barrels of 40s. They're talking, 180 kilos for the two battle cannon barrels. That's a good little trick if you're trying to save a little bit of space. Going to battle cannon barrels, they are 40 for a 3 slot, where you would need four of the weight blocks to do the same for a 3 spot on the battle cannon. So real tiny builds, battle cannons are nice to be able to do that. Let's try to thin the wingtips here. So I'm just going to delete one of the things I just put in there. But so often these Piper wingtips would kind of slope up a little bit. You're not getting into things like with the scale of plane. You're not getting into things like, people, some of these new planes, they put in silly things like winglets. Like winglets are great for a high speed. You don't need winglets on a tiny little plane. It's just overdoing it. That's really what a lot of them are doing with stuff like that. If kind of fads. People want their trainer plane to look like an airliner. They want it to look like a jet. And so you get little fatty things like that. People do. Manufacturers end up doing. Can I count today? I don't think I can count today. Many counting problems today. All right, let's cut you off. So just a little general shaping here. I want to get to the engine. I, kind of want to get after getting this thing functional. I like, especially I want this to be friendly to some new players who may, I want this to be friendly to some new players. So I'm kind of, one of the reasons I'm making this example is I want people to be able to see kind of, if somebody needs a guide, they can use it, But that's one of the reasons why I'm doing the live stream of me actually building something is I want some new people to feel comfortable that they can come in. I remember how tough it was as a new person, knowing nothing, and everything seemed like, oh my God, I'm never going to be able to make a microcontroller, let alone a never be able to make a microcontroller, let alone an autopilot. And then you learn a bunch of microcontroller stuff, and you're like, yeah, that's actually not bad. I'm starting to learn it. And then you go, you know what? Let's try doing part of an autopilot. And hey, you know what? Now I can do part of an autopilot. And then you start realizing, oh wow, I was able to do part of the autopilot. You start getting some confidence, and you say, let's do the rest of the autopilot. And wow. And then you start saying, wow, my autopilot's better than the ones I used to grab off the workshop. And then you're kind of there. So let's check chat. Good. We're still be back and forth. Again, I don't like to plug my own stuff, but you know, merch store is open if you're interested. Again, nobody should ever feel obligated to do any of that stuff. It's if you like it and you want it, get it, but don't ever feel obligated for any of that stuff. I make plenty of money at work. It's just if you enjoy it. So, symmetry off for these. So I did put some requirements on there for what do you call it? Just some reg stuff, strobes, navs. So I'll go over it a little bit. Nav lights, red, right, wrong. So if the red's on the right, it's wrong. So that means the red should be on the left side. That's how I always remembered which side's green, which side's red. Beacon is red. Beacon is on the tail. Not always on the top of the tail. Sometimes you get beacon underneath, but generally small aviation, top of the tail. Strobes, I'll go through my strobe thing. Let's do it right now. Save this. If you watch today's video, you'll see what this is. This is my ADF shack. So I'm working on those, so we'll have some instrument navigation in game. I'm going to be working with Sky some on integrating that in his nav pack. I just have to get enough time. I want to test it. I don't want to, have it not tested out. It should be fine. It's very simple. But okay, let me save this one more time. Let's grab Cormorant. And then, so I'm just gonna, I just want to show everybody. I kind of want to get some of the things that might be a mystery to people, or not necessarily a mystery, but save some people some time. A little bit of time saving stuff on how to do strobes. So strobes, pretty simple. So this, you do strobes however you like, but for those who are like, how am I supposed to do strobes? You can follow this little bit here, and this will show you how to do strobes. So going in here, all I do is I'm just doing indicators. And so this is my strobe channel. I turn on with 3. I do a blinker on 2 seconds, off 1 second, and then that goes into a blinker of 0.1, 0.1, and I'll hook it up, and you can see what it looks like. And it has a realistic, the different, there are a bunch of different strobe patterns that they've gone through over the years. So different vintage eras, different eras of aircraft will have different strobe configurations here. I'll put a white on the tail later. And landing light I don't have yet. So let's just hook up a panel. I just want to do strobes, so I'll do 1 through 4 just for the hell of it. Let's see. All right, here, flip. Again, he makes things as complicated or as simple as you want. Just it's going to be how easy is it for me to read what you wrote and do it. If you have a cool startup procedure and actually some checklists, that's awesome. You're going to get dinged for if I'm sitting there and I have no clue how to start this plane. If it takes me 10 minutes to start it, that's fine as long as the checklist is okay. Master power on. Magneto 1 on, or both magnetos on. If go through the list and everything works, that's great. I'd rather that than something that's super, something that's one button that's pushed and not labeled. That annoys me more than, that I need to do on infinite electricity. So if you look at my strobes, so that's how I do the strobe. So again, I'll show you what the how I do it. So it's blinker off for 2 seconds, on for 1, plugged into another blinker of 0.1, 0.1, and as you can see, what that does is that goes right there. That's the 0.1.1. That's making it just flash as quick as it can. And then you get a delay period of 2 seconds. So it's having those on for, I think it's having them on for 2 seconds. You get a 1 second gap. So do it however you like. You know, I just need lights that are strobing, and that's about it. So that's just kind of realistic strobes. So that's in there. Should do a white tail here. I'm just going to do my white indicator on my tail for my nav. There we go. So just, you know, you just follow some guides online for general aviation. It's not a huge category. It's not something you're going to get, you know, brutalized on. You know, I'm not going to be brutal on the grading. You know, the main thing is, you know, flying characteristics again are the most important thing to me. Is this plane? Can I sign somebody off to go fly this plane and not be terrified they're going to kill themselves? That was always my favorite planes as a flight instructor, were the planes that were not going to get me a call that my student just killed themselves. You know, that's what worried me the most. I want to thin this tail, but I don't want to waste the time. All right, I just want to get on some things that might help some people, some tips. So nice things with having big wings is this is all microcontroller space. All right, this is all microcontroller space. That's all fuel, right? So you can put microcontrollers in there, you can put fuel in there. So what I tend to do is I'll start to kind of get my space established here. So there is all free space. So I'm going to cut out my free space. And I'm just doing this so that I know where I can put fuel and microcontrollers. And so by doing that, that tells me, hey, this is all available space. And that makes everything nice. So that's my available wing space. So this can all be fuel and this can all be microcontrollers. Now, you don't need a ton of fuel in this. This is not a cross-country plane. This is not for endurance. We'll do a quick fuel test. So I'm going to put a couple fuel dams. This is where my fuel is going to go in the wing. And so I like to use wedges. Again, do whatever you like, but it's kind of just how I do it. And, you know, again, I'm using it so that somebody who's brand new, started the game, can feel like they can join and they're not, you know, getting absolutely decimated by the people who've been here forever, that they feel like they can participate. And so they can kind of use mine as a guide. That's the reason why I decided to also continue the live stream and do some of this, is I want people to feel like they can enter in and have fun. So, all right. And so I'm doing that. That gives me more space for fuel. And so these channels can all run together. So one little fuel tip was a lot of the planes you had essentially what was a general accumulation tank. And so between the two wing tanks, now Pipers did this in a very foolish way. I hated the Pipers fuel. So what you would have is they all accumulate in the center. And what that allows you to do is if you can let them accumulate in the center, that allows you to be able to fuel from either wing. And so the Cessnas did it like this. So you'd have high wing, you'd have fuel come from the port wing into a central, you know, it didn't have to be big, it could be a gallon, you know. And then you have fuel come from the other tank, they go in a central area, and then you have central fuel go to the engine. Now you could add a fuel selector, you could select left, right, or both. It can have the seats. That's fine. The two seats need to be functional. I just don't want, I don't want people building like an 8-seat passenger seat plane. I'm trying to have people keep them kind of small. I'm not opposed to passenger seats, but you know, like I'm making space for passenger seats. I'm not going to put them in right now or at all. So, you know, having a kind of a general accumulation area where the fuel can come together and then go into the engine is nice to have. So keep that in mind. You may want that as well. So that's where I'm punching my fuel in right there. And so this is how I'm getting the fuel in. So you need some way of your fuel to get back together. And so what I like to do here is I'll go like this. And so if I drain to there, because these are half blocks, those channels will allow fuel through. And all that fuel comes here now, and then I can run fuel up to my general accumulation area, which is here. And so really simply now, as you can see, my fuel runs together, and all I need is a, where are we at here? Fluid port, fuel, fluid, whatever it's called. And I need to put something, let me see, where is that? Okay, and as you can see, we're sealed up there. That can draw fuel from either wing. Now, the reason I'm not having fuel go out in the wing is then you have to start doing things like making sure your fuel, you have to do valves to make sure your fuel doesn't go out here, because if all your fuel runs to the tip of your wing, it might tip the plane and cause it to not behave properly. I cut my nav lights off, I just noticed. But that should be more than enough fuel. I can't imagine that's not going to be enough fuel. And so what I'll do here is, I'll undo that. Let's see, I'm going to punch in, punch in a meter here somewhere. Let's punch in a meter. If I punch in the meter there, I can't do that. It needs to be 2 spots. Luckily, I got some extra floor pan I don't need, so I'm going to punch a meter in here. And I'm going to put in a symmetry of the devil. Let's punch it there. Let's do a spawner. All right, and I'm going to read this sucker. I'm just curious what my fuel's at right now. All right, spawn that in. Let's see. All right, so see it's sitting on its tail now because I shifted the center of gravity. That's fine. Batteries going in the nose. Some other things are going in the nose. And often what you'd have with trainer aircraft is you had to put weight in the nose to account for no passengers being in the rear. So that's all stuff we can balance. 390 liters, plenty. And if I needed more, all the space in the wing, I could extend, extend, extend. So again, I don't need super duper fuel capacity on this. All right, good. So like really quick, fix that. Think about all the things we're adding. Let's add battery. I'm going to put a small battery in, stick it all the way up against the firewall. You want a medium battery in there. You need some ballast, so you can easily balance that out with some other stuff. But you can even add weight blocks, whatever you want to add to fix the fuel, and you can even decrease the fuel value. These are all thoughts. So let me see. Keep moving here. This is the floor pan I was talking about. I don't need. I extended it 1 block more than I wanted to, so that can go. I need to fix that though. That cannot go. Where are we at here? That can cut. That can cut. There we go. Here's my new floor, and then you are going to be a. This I have to fix, so that's fine. I'll put that back in later. And then what are you? Half, 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 half. Okay, good. So I'll put our new floor pan in here. And what I'll probably actually do is move a fuel tunnel all the way into the engine nacelle. But, so that's easy to fix that imbalance there. It's not going to be a big deal. All right, so let's start working on the engine, getting the engine ready. So delete you, don't need you. So like I could easily, let's switch this up. Do you. So go to medium battery here. So you can make it useful or not, like a battery adds a good weight. Put a little weight block in here to rebalance this out. You actually often see this, they have to, each specific airplane, like each individual unit has a, has its own weight and balance, because each plane, you might are built a tiny bit differently, so they would ballast them. Sometimes airplanes, like say a 6-seat airplane that was designed, like a stationaire that was designed to bring the family somewhere, they would often have, they were balanced to make sure you had people in the back. Well, if you didn't have people, you might actually have to add sandbags in the nose. Yes. Yep. That was another point I was going to make. Thank you for that. Yeah. So if you put in, like, say, you put in a gyro or a microcontroller on top of here, that will give you even more fuel capacity. I start with the half blocks, and then that allows me, as I get more microcontrollers, to say, okay, I'm going to replace that with fuel in the fuel tank. All right, so as you can see, this is rebalanced with just a battery and a couple weight blocks, so really easy to do that. And again, so we lost a lot of weight too, as all this weight is gone in the wings. So that's another reason it fell on its tail, because we have to add that weight back. So let's see, what else do I want to do next? Let's get that engine going. So let's go ahead and save this. I'll build a custom one. Shouldn't take me long to build. Famous last words. Again, I want to make this friendly for somebody who's brand new and wants to join the competition. That was how I got better at building, was joining competitions. Things like my first ever land vehicle was for a competition, and I won the Stormy Award for it. And it was because, I spent a lot of time, and I learned everything that I needed to as I went. All right, so starting fresh can be annoying, but it's the best way to do it, really, frankly. So let's go in number input throttle. No. What do I want? No, throttle's gonna feedback. I'm trying to think how I want to do this. I'll do it later, but spell would be good. Engine composite. I'm going to do it simple. I'm not doing AFR. If you do AFR if you'd like to. I'm not going to do it in this one. Again, this model is going to be very simple for a new person to be able to go back, and if they want to reverse engineer it, be my guest. The point of this is I want, if it's identical or if they steal my parts, they're going to get disqualified. But, I want them to feel comfortable to jump into a competition. That's how people are going to get better. So that's one of the reasons I'm doing this video. Reason I made it modular, if anyone's interested, is, again, get people out of their comfort zone. You'd be amazed how many people have been playing the game for a long time and do not know how to work modulars. And so I think the best thing with a competition is get you out of your comfort zone, try something new. There were a lot of people who, they had never built a boat before, and they built it for a challenge, and they built great airplanes, and they went out there and they built great boats because, they're good builders, and they just didn't know anything about boats, and they taught themselves, and it was outside their comfort zone, and it really made things better. So that's good. All right, so let's start working on this microcontroller. Fuel manifold, starter, engine. Okay, throttle. PID. PID. I know everybody's, the new players are going to be terrified of PIDs, but PIDs are the way. Best to learn them early and get working on them. All right, so first, and I would say the most important thing, is getting the engine up and running. So we're going to work on that. So kind of the way I do this is, so I want up-down control. Up-down control is going to then feed back to, I'm trying to think how I want to do this. Okay, yep, simple. I might just fake the throttle. That's probably what I'm going to do. No, I'm trying to think how I want to do this. I've been doing it different ways, so I think I'm going to do it off the throttle. This will make it a little bit easier for people, and so what we'll do is this. Let's go ahead. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to do it all in this panel if I can. This panel is going to be big, so let's just zoom it out. Make sure I didn't cut anything out. Oh, perfect. Okay, that worked out nicely. So let's go ahead and let's put in some of those things. So again, one of my requirements is that you're going to need to operate from both seats. So that was very important. I needed at any point to be able to grab the controls from the student and take the airplane. Would have many, many crash if I didn't do that. So that's important. So composite input, left seat, composite input, right seat. Okay, and those will be labeled as well. So those are coming in. And then what I'm going to do here is left and right seat are pretty simple. They're both going to be able to control it. Again, I could override the controls if my student pulled on my yoke or in their yoke. My yoke came out. Let me read some chat. Yep. Yeah, somebody talking about how, you know, 2,000 hours and just learn how to build modular engines. That's, you see a lot of the people like Benson, I think, only use, I don't know if Benson knows how to do modules or not because I think pretty much every one of Benson's builds use the old engines. And, sometimes you get out of your comfort zone and yeah, it's a lot of extra work until you figure it out. And then I don't touch the old engines because people say, oh, they're easier. They're easier to set up sometimes. Once you can copy one of your microcontrollers, it takes you 10 seconds to do it. But the issue is if you have a small engine, you don't have enough power, you're screwed. Now you have to redo your build to fit two small engines in there. If I'm using a modular, like right now, if I find out that this doesn't have enough engine, I can add two cylinders. I can add two more cylinders on the bottom. I could make it a double stack. I could push the nose out. See how short and stubby this nose is? It's that way on purpose. All I have to do is cut this, push it out one. Now I have a 6-cylinder, and I've just added 50% power, and it takes me 10 seconds. And so that's why I want to make it modular. Is I want people to get in there and actually learn how to do modulars, and it's worth it. So anyways, like I was saying, if the student pulls out the yoke, my yoke comes out too, and I can override them by pushing on it, but we're controlling the same yoke. So let's see. Okay, let's just go ahead and do. All right, let's number all these out. Trying to make this not take too long, but we're doing all right on time. I just kind of want to get, if we have new people, get them going on that, and then. I know I didn't need to re-grab that, but I was afraid I wasn't going to get it in the first try. So I don't know why I did 5, but I did. Miscounted. All right, so there are our controls, and so they're going to be ORs. They're ORs, not ORs. Get out of there. Adds rather. They're going to be adds. You do have to fight each other. I've had student pilots who get so fixated on what they're doing that I've had to karate chop their hands off the yoke because they're fighting me. I'm like, what are you fighting? And they're like, the airplane. I'm like, you're not fighting the airplane. You're fighting me. Stop fighting me. Oh, and they're like, oh, your hands are on there? I'm like, my hands have been on there since you did something that scared the hell out of me. And so, you need to be able to override the controls. So these are just ORs. So, yep, they're going to cap out at 1. So if you had 2 people riding in your aircraft, yeah, they're going to be able to pull on it too, and you have to do what you have to do in real life. Tell them, get your hands off the controls. What are you doing? You're going to kill us. And they'll stop. All right, so that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay. So that's kind of that's going to be my main controlling scheme. Next, I want to do the throttle. So how do I want to do this throttle again? So let's do this. So the seats are going to be configured this way. So AD is going to be pitch. I'm sorry, roll. Pitch. Yaw. And this is going to be throttle. And I just made it in all caps for some reason. It's going to be reset 100%. That's going to make it so that you press up, it goes to 1. You press down, it goes to -1 almost instantly. You let go of it, it resets. And then I'm going to save myself some headache, and I'm going to do this. And now that is all saved. We'll double check, make sure it ported over. It did. Okay, so that's set. So these are now established. So let's go ahead and grab their composites. So this is going to go to the left seat, go to the right seat. All right, so now We'll get our engine running. So this is going to either read 1 or -1. That's all it's reading. So theoretically, if we had two of us in the seat trying to control the throttle, one would be able to go throttle up, one would be able to go throttle down. The worst case scenario, all that happens, the throttle does nothing. Then we want a threshold. So one threshold is going to be 1, one threshold is going to be -1, -1. All right, so now we have a simple on-off. I'm going to feed this out to my throttle and my throttle back in. It's a little annoying, but it allows me to manually kind of have RP and look over and decide to give it a little throttle visually if I feel like touching buttons in the cockpit or not. The negative is with this new update, they make it so that the throttle clicks all the time and it drives me nuts. But let's go output plus, and this one's going to be output minus, and then I need to add in input throttle. I'm going to actually, I'll type it out just so that if anyone wants, if a new player wants to use it as a guide, they're not like, what's that mean? Okay, so this is throttle minus, this is throttle plus. And so this is going to feed through the seat into the microcontroller, back out to the throttle. Throttle is going to feed back in. So it's circuitous, but I do this for tuning reasons. Let's see, stand by a second. I'm just reading the Beach Bonanza 2 yokes. Yeah, the really old ones had that flip over yoke. They were kind of neat like that. Some of the new ones have not new ones. The new Bonanzas have like a modern bell crank design. The some of them they had a central piston that did the pitch, which was interesting as well. So I'll show you why I'm doing this. So now with throttle is going to connect directly to the set point. All right, and so the reason I'm doing that is this. So if we go to throttle minus, it's going to go there. If we go throttle plus, it's going to go there. So this here is going to allow me to set my sensitivity of my throttle to whatever I want. If I wanted to set a max value minimum, so this is going to be set up as RPS. So set RPS. So now I'm going to control, so instead of using up-down counter, which I could do, it's one of the ways I've done it in the past, and I still do it for certain things, I'm going to do it as RPS. So I want an idle. Now, generally I'll do an idle of 5, and I just do that so I have a little bit of power, so I'm not stalling and clicking and doing nonsense. I'm not going to do 5 on this one, and the reason I'm not doing 5 on this one is we're going to have a fixed pitch. 5 RPS could be too much where it makes it so the brakes don't want to hold the aircraft while it's sitting there. So I'm going to try 3.5. We'll go with that, and we'll go to a max of 20 RPS. You know, I will have to worry about overheating, but I don't really care about overheating too much. And again, this is going to be a trainer aircraft. The point of this aircraft is not to go fast. The point of this aircraft is to mainly go up, do some maneuvers. When you come down, you're going to be pulling your throttle back to descend anyway. I don't need to be screaming. I'm going to be doing patterns. I'm going to be trying to hopefully get down to like 50 knots for approach. 55, 60 is probably the highest I really, personally, I want, you know. You know, you will get dinged some points. If I have to come in at 120 knots to land this aircraft, that's not friendly for a student pilot. And I will be landing on that airport where the hangar was that I showed. So, you know, if I'm running out of runway and I'm screeching, if I go careening off let's put it this way. If I come in to land at 50 knots, it's very easy for me to stop. I don't even need to hit the brakes. I could just let it slowly stop on its own. That's ideally what you want in a trainer. Minimal braking to stop. If I have to come in at 120 knots and I have to slam on the brakes to not run off the end of the runway, and because I'm slamming on the brakes, I'm sliding all over the place, you'll get dinged points on that. All right, so I put minimum RPS, maximum RPS that I want. That's going to feed back into the microcontroller. That goes right to the PID. All right, and then so I need to read RPS for that. So I'm trying to keep colors alike here a little bit. Input RPS. So RPS of the engine goes there. So my RPS is going to be my process variable. I'm going to start at 0.1. Generally, this goes 0.1 to like 0.2. It tends to run pretty well, but that's up to how you want to do it. All right, so simple. I'm not making this complicated. I could do AFR. Do AFR if you like. Be my guest. Again, I'm making my particular model here just so that a new player could feel comfortable to follow my guide. And we'll do a simple function. I'm just gonna half it. So half of that is going to be our fuel. Air is going to be a maximum of 1. Fuel is going to be a maximum of 0.5. Simple, not getting complicated. I don't really need that. I'm not supercharging, I'm not turbocharging, and that's not the point of this build. You want to do it, feel free, but if it's fast, it doesn't impress me on this particular build because that's not the goal. All right, good. So next thing I want to do is engine's coming in. So I don't really even need the engine because I'm not reading the temperature, but I will put temperature on a gauge, so I will keep that throttle. Why do I have 2 throttles? I made 2 throttles, so made 2 of them. Which one did actually connect? Okay, we're good there. I made 2 of them already. All right, so that's good. Let's see. All right, let's get this starter established. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start working on my panel. I just want to get this in the air. I'm not going to refine this and finish the build on screen, but I will kind of get some paneling done. So I want a 6-pack in here. So often in general aviation aircraft, the gauges are, because you don't want to have to duplicate the gauges, you want to keep the cost down. You have your 6-pack on old time. Of course, new stuff's all Garmin. If you want to do that, great. I'm not interested in that. Personally, I prefer steam gauges just for the funsies of it. I used to fly jets. I've got a lot of flight time. I like to be entertained by having to do things. So like, you won't get gigged points or anything for that. But personally, I like to have some old steamy gauges because I like to actually fly, and so that's why I like to do it. Let's do this actually. I'm going to cut these one closer to my characters, and then I can expand the engine if I need to or want to. The other nice thing about this build being kind of simplistic, we'll see if this is too close. I can always move it. I might actually, I could do that. Let me check panels. Panels might be too close now. You need 2 spaces to get them in. Yep. So that's generally why I do that far in the firewall. I knew I did it for a reason here, and I couldn't remember why. Okay. Generally, you need the space so you can put panels in, so I don't want to have to not put a panel somewhere because I don't have space. So, if you want to do a modern system, be my guest. You're certainly not going to get tagged on points. It might actually be easier to fly, but personally, I like to have some steam gauges. It's more fun for me. I've got a ton of flight experience. I don't. I get bored if the plane does everything for me. I get super bored. So I have more fun actually having to fly a little bit. So that's why you notice like Proteus, my most recent one, you notice I don't do moving maps in any of my planes. You want to put one in there? That makes it easier for flying. That's great. I'll grade that as, hey, that makes the flying easier. Great. But, I don't do it in my stuff because it's painfully boring to me. I'm like, oh yeah, I know exactly where I am. It doesn't entertain me, Often you'll have a backup artificial horizon. So let me bring up quickly Cessna 152 cockpit. I have a soft spot in my heart for the Warrior and the 152. Just they were kind of what I did a lot of training on, what I trained a lot of students on. Let me see if I can open this image in a new tab. This is an official one. So you notice you have your 6-pack, airspeed, attitude, turn slip, your compass, your altimeter, your vertical speed. That's your 6-pack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One of the things why I think, a lot of people are learning how to fly now with with the digital displays, and that's great and all. They offer so much. They're definitely the modern way to fly, but you really have to learn a good cross check. You go from attitude, attitude, airspeed, attitude, heading, attitude, turn slip, attitude, altimeter, attitude, vertical speed, and you repeat that constantly. And then we have a couple navs here with radios, stack. That's TAC. That looks like ADF, volts. That's ADF frequency. That's the system I use. You hear me use an ADF all the time. One of these lights, probably talking carb heat. One of them's, I can't remember what this one is. This one's probably carb heat, if I'm remembering. You get carburetor icing, you pull that. I've had carburetor icing. It feels like your engine's not producing any power. You pull the heat, it heats up the carburetor, it melts the ice. Then your engine gets a ton of power because you essentially just got water injection. Injecting water into the cylinder actually gives you more power. So you get a big kick of power after you didn't have enough power, and your heart's now not in your throat anymore. Your master power and your avionics, your key, which would allow you to go off, right magneto, left magneto, both. Your lights. That's your trim wheel right here. That's your hand mic. Your plugins for your some of these are circuit breakers, some of these these are plugins. That's your plugin for your headset. I think you might have a plugin for the left seat here. And then you have some circuit breakers. I think this is carb heat here. I don't think you have cowl flaps on a 152. Throttle mixture, flaps, cabin air. These are air, so it's actually a physical push-pull rod that would move the doors for your air vents. You have a couple air vents on the wings, let air in, forced air, and then you'd have your heat, which would just open the vent and let air runs over the exhaust manifold and through and in. Transponders here. Marker lights for instrument approaches are up here. Yeah, I was thinking of doing simulated magnetos. This is compass deviation. So in different longitudes, you have different compass deviation. So you'd have to plug in that because your compass is off from this compass. This compass is better. This compass, these are referred to as steam gauges. The reason they're steam gauges, you have a vacuum pump, sucks air through a gyro. Gyro spins up. That's how you get gyro stabilized attitude indicator. And so your steam, you get precession on these. The issue with precession is at high angles of pitch and bank, this will drift. And so this knob you push in, and you actually, when you're on the ground and you know your heading is good, you would push this in and you'd match your heading on your heading indicator here to your analog compass. And then throughout the flight, you'd notice precession, especially in the flight training. Yeah, altimeter calibration. I'll go over that. You'll notice a lot of precession if you're doing, like, say, Chandelles, stalls, because you're at high angle of attack. When you get the most precession, you'll notice sometimes if you get a lot of precession, you're doing a ton of maneuvers, you might be 30 degrees off. So, like, I would often ask my student what heading you're going to. He goes, oh, 060. And I go, what heading you supposed to be going to? 060. And I go, oh, that's funny. Why are we going 030? And he goes, why not? And he'd point. And I go, is that your only compass? And he'd look up and he'd see that this was reading 30 degrees off of this. Well, you go by this compass. This was your magnetic compass. And so I'm like, why'd that happen? He go, I don't know. And I go, well, you better figure it out pretty quick. And you go, oh, precession. And I go, yeah. And there's a clock there. But altimeter settings, so standard altimeter is 299 or 2. You listen to ATIS. It would tell you what your current barometer is. Push this knob in, and there's a little window right here, it looks like. Sometimes they're left, right. I think this is your window right here. Push it in. You'd set in, say it was 32.22. You'd turn at 3222. That would give you your altimeter. Here's your vertical speed, VSI. So anyways, that's what I'm putting in. I'm putting a 6-pack in. I like a 6-pack. So that's why I have monitors. I'm going to use somebody's 6-pack thing there. Let's see. All right. I just want to get this engine running. So let's go ahead and let's put in. So attack was over here. Put a. I'm trying to think how I want to do. I'm going to start yanking some panels in here, and let's get this going here. So things won't be exactly where they'd be, and again, this is my own design. But one thing you notice with a lot of these small planes is crap was in different places in every airplane because mechanic needed to add something, mechanic needed to take something out, it got moved inevitably, so. And then I'll add a full stack. I won't fill all these out. I'm just doing enough that I can get us started here. So let's go through. So modern aircraft, especially, you have better systems integration. Um, do a key. I almost never use these keys. I think it'll be cool to have a key. Let me see. What do I want to do? So the magnetos are on the key. It'd be cool to do. You know what I'll do? I'm trying to think. I think I'll do my. I don't know. I have two alternators on there. I don't know. Let me put that there. Let's do master power. Okay, it's bell. Let's see. Flip switch. Master power 1. Flip switch. Okay, 2. Avionics. Avionics. Flip switch. Again, this is part of human factors. Putting things in logical places. A modern thing is flows. You want to flow through a panel, then you want to flow through your next panel. You want to flow through your next panel. It's fine to jump around. Like say you have one that's all electricity. Okay, something's up with my electricity. I need to look at electricity. Okay, these two are electricity. Okay, that's fine. Having sections, that's a new thing. So that's part of my human factor. If I'm searching around and hunting and pecking and a gauge that I always need is never where I can see it, that's you get gigged on the points for that. So let's see. Left magneto. Try to simulate this. You know what I might do? I might cut like 10% power if you have one magneto on. I might do something like that. If you have both magnetos on, you get all your power. If you have one magneto off, you lose 10% of your power or something. I think that's kind of a cool way to do it so that it's so what a magneto is it's essentially like a little generator. It's engine driven and so in aviation everything's or not everything, but most things are redundant. You have multiple systems doing the same thing in case one fails, you don't end up crashing. And so you have these little magnetos, and they're like these little generators. And so the magnetos go to the spark plugs. And so each cylinder has two spark plugs. And again, it's so that if you, if one of the spark plugs gets fouled, you don't crash. And they get fouled all the time because in a training environment, people never bring their mixture back. So as you go up in altitude, you lose air. But if you keep your fuel full, you're going to put a lot of soot on your cylinders, on your spark plugs, and you end up with issues. So, that's something that simulate. So you do a run up and you burn off the carbon, all sorts of cool stuff with that. Let's see. So again, this is kind of, again, human factors. We're setting up our, you often want to put your lights in a row. First one I do is beacon. Reason I do beacon is you put the beacon on before you put the engine on. Next one you do is I do nav. Why do I do nav next? Because nav's the next thing I turn on. So I put my nav lights on. You don't need to taxi around with your nav lights on during the day, but at night you want to put nav lights on. So that's, what's that? I'll do numbers later. And then after that, you want to do your strobes often. And we'll do a flip switch on that. And then after that, we'll do, I'm just going to do one, be landing / taxi. Large aircraft, you need to have different landing and taxi lights. Small aircraft, one's fine. You don't need more than that. You're not a huge aircraft that needs a ton of light. that needs, you need to be pasting it. Also, you're just trying to light a little area so you can see in front of you. Large aircraft, your landing lights are so bright on a jet that you do not want to be using them on the ground. So you have a dimmer taxi light. So putting them in order again as human factors. First thing I do is my beacon. So I should be able to reach over there, click beacon. Beacon stays on from before I start the engine till after I shut the engine off, then the beacon goes off. Next is nav lights. Am I taxiing at night? Yep, nav lights come on. Okay, are we ready to take off? Strobes, okay, do I need a taxi? Do I need some light to taxi at night? Sometimes we taxi with the light off, there's enough light, you don't need it. But click that on, and then so when you take off, you want to go through quickly beacon, nav, strobes, landing lights. You make sure they're clicked all up, and you're good to go, and so it makes it quicker. Yeah, the magnetos are can be dangerous. Again, it's a very mechanical thing, and one of the things that's nice with that is if you have a fixed pitch prop and your engine dies while your prop's still turning, you don't need your spark is still going. So all you need to do is add fuel, and it will kick on. So I've had a student pull the mixture instead of the throttle many a times. I had one pull the mixture so hard he broke the cable, and luckily it fails safe. So if you break the cable on the mixture, it defaults to full mixture. And so he pulled the mixture so hard he broke it, and he pulled the cable out. And so it defaulted to full mixture. And so we'll do simulated engine failures all day. All I do is pull the mixture all the way back, or I'd simulate it. So I do them for real every once in a while, and to kind of teach the students that all you have to do is push that mixture back in. And because the propeller's still turning, it's still making spark, it's still making compression, it's still sucking air in. All you need is add fuel, and you have everything but fuel to get going. So yeah, Hamish was talking about how you have to worry about, you can get a fatal shock if you turn the propeller because you're spinning the magnetos and generating electricity. So you could zap yourself and end up in the tomb. So again, notice human factors. These switches here, they're not next to my lights. My lights are great, but lights are not going to cause me to kill myself, right? Shutting off all my instruments by clicking avionics off could cause me problems in instrument conditions. Clicking off my master power could cause me huge problems. Shutting off my magnetos inadvertently could cause me huge problems. So they're up here. These are here. So you'll do master power avionics, mag 1 and 2, start. Okay, then you'll go through this, and so that's why you put things that you don't want to touch inadvertently away from other things. So putting them right next to each other is not a good idea. Oh, more the look on my face when he pulled it. He didn't even realize. I'm like, dude, what's in your hand? And he goes, the throttle. And I go, look at it. It's a different shape. It feels different. It's red. And why is it? Why did you break it outside of my airplane? Why is it not attached to my airplane anymore? And he's, oh my God! Like, they all freak out too. They think the plane's gonna crash, and it's like, no, the plane's not gonna crash. I used to tell we'd have some nervous students that would get all and yelling, and I'd tell them, am I yelling? And they go, well, no. Then why do you think we're in trouble? Like, if I'm not yelling, we're fine. Stop yelling. And that would calm them down. Make them laugh a little bit. Now they're calm, and you're like, okay, now you're a calm, reasonable person. We can move on with our day. All right, so important gauges should be visible. So the most important gauges you have in an aircraft like this are going to be, if it was a complex aircraft, what was it, RPM and manifold pressure. If it was this type of aircraft, it's going to be RPM. So this gauge is our most important gauge, RPM. So RPM is going to be a dial here. It's going to go to 0 to what's 20, 1200. Again, I'm going to relabel this stuff. I have plenty of space. I might do them as separate panels anyways, so I'll do that. 1, 2. Again, I know people often tell me, oh, you can do 32 dials and you can do 32 buttons. The reason I don't do that is I have plenty of microcontroller space, and then if I want to change a dial to a button, I don't have to renumber it. I can keep the numbers. That's why I segregate my numbers like this. So that's going to be RPM. You notice I do a string of gauges, I do a string of buttons. I'm not having a hunt for the gauges. I go from RPM to temperature to battery to volts. So it's kind of a hierarchy. RPM is most important. Temperature second. Battery, volts. I can add that to my cross check, right? I'm already doing attitude this, attitude that, attitude this, attitude that, RPM. Attitude this, attitude that, temp. You know, I can easily add a gauge and I know where they are. I don't have to hunt for them. 2, temp. Does anyone know the quick command for degrees? I forget it. I can add an emoji. Let's see, I don't think I can add an emoji to that, but I don't know. I'll have to look up what the command is for degrees. I don't know if the game will even let me do it. Dial 0 to 120. Okay, this is going to be 3. This will be 4. Okay, and then I want battery. Battery, this is going to be a, where is it? Dial, oh no, what is it? Gauge, right. 0, I do a percentage just to make it so I have to do more math. Alt 0176. Yeah, let's try it. See if it works. Okay. Nope. Game doesn't like it. That's too bad. It would be nice to add it, but all right, battery, and then this one is going to be volts. Pretty simple. -1, +1. Is it? Are we charging? Or are we discharging? That's all I really care about. Discharge shows we're not making enough electricity. Charging shows that we are making enough electricity. We got 6, 7, 7, 8. 8. Okay. Don't need a ton of gauges. You don't need a ton of redundancy. Again, if I try to find that that cockpit here, like, see, there's a lot of empty space. You know, I might put a radio in at some point. I don't really need it. Might put a transponder in. Hello, Nitro. Might put that in. You know, I'll put in the bearing panel eventually. Again, I'm going to keep this simple. I'm not trying to spend all day building this, but you know, I just kind of want to show and give, like, again, give some training wheels for somebody who may be new. All right, so I think that is our main crap we need. Fuel. So often you'd put fuel together. Let's see. So we want left fuel. So we'll do a gauge vertical 0 to, what are we were running 3 something, 392 total. So let's say 200 aside. Max out the gauge. 8, 9, 9. Right fuel, gauge. And again, you see how we go dial, gauge, gauge. That helps us easily look with our eyes and say, okay, my first 2 dials I know are RPM temp. Second ones, okay, now we're into electricity. Next, we're into fuel. So it's segregating my systems out so that I can quickly look and go, okay, this doesn't look right. That's definitely not RPM. Okay, I need to move over 1 set. Okay, these don't look right. For fuel, I need to move over 1 set. That's all human factor stuff. Try to get you from ending up in a bad spot where you're looking at the wrong gauge and you're reading your temperature thinking it's your RPM and you're like, what the hell, man? That doesn't look right, you know. Let's see, what do I want next? These right now, I don't know what I want. So I'll tell you about, I started to talk about it and then I didn't finish, but Piper had one of the worst fuel systems that caused us more problems right here on the, so the Piper had 1 door on the right side. And the, so as a flight instructor, you're sitting over here, and on the Cessnas, fuel selector was right here. And you could do left, right, or both. I think some of them were even up here, left, right, or both. And they always, pretty much always stayed on both. The Pipers had one here. You had off, left, or right. You can see the problem. So every 30 minutes, you are supposed to remember to go over there and switch from left to right, then right to left, and make sure you didn't accidentally click it to off. And the problem was you'd be busy, an hour would go by, you'd look at your fuel, you'd say, crap, we're imbalanced. Go to the right. Now you'd have to go for, let's say you flew for an hour, you'd have to fly for another hour to get your tanks balanced. Well, you'd have people go off on a flight, they'd forget a student go off on a solo for 2 hours, forget to swap their tanks. They'd run one tank dry and have an engine failure, and they'd put it in the trees when they had plenty of fuel on the other side. Well, let's say I said, okay, switch your tanks. They'd switch it from right. Instead of going to left, they went all the way to off. They kill my engine. Well, I would have to reach over from my right seat all the way over through their legs to quickly switch it over to get the engine back, especially if we're at low altitude. So the Piper design was terrible. Cessna was better. It was right here. It always stayed on both. We always had both. And it was right where I could reach it too. So if they accidentally grabbed it and shut my fuel off, I could reach and just do it without having to try to grab through their legs and get it, So that's all human factor stuff. So the Piper stuff was miserable like that because, you could get in bad situations for no reason. That's ugly. I'm not doing that. Let's see, what are we at here? Okay, so we're pretty good. Let's try to hook this all up and get this settled. And what did I number these? Did I do stupid nonsense? I did. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. I'll make it 2 panels. I made this panel extra big. I could have put them all on one panel, but I have plenty of space, so I'm not going to worry about it. Composite input, master panel. Okay. This one is going to be a composite input. This is lights panel. And I'm just going to copy over all my light information to this panel, probably. Or I might run it through the lights panel. I'll probably just do that to save myself some time. All right, so master panel. So we need to add some things here. Let's get this engine up and running. I want to get in the air, and we can end the video here when I get that going. I just want to get this started for new players so they can do it. Master power. Okay. Yep, what did I just do? I didn't mean to do that, but we'll need it later anyways. This is going to be in output avionics. Avionics. Output mag 1 or left mag. Try not to go into too much detail again so that somebody new could just grab it. All right, so that's my mags. That goes through the top set. I need to have the key come in. Key. I need to have my throttle plus, throttle minus, starters in. Okay, let's start working with this. Okay, and let's go. And so this will be my first 4 on that panel. I'm hoping I can do a 4-cylinder horizontally opposed engine. That's what most of them have. It would be cool just for RP reasons, but if I have to boost the engine, I have to boost the engine. I want to figure out this pitch angle on the prop for everybody. That could be done to the last minute. It's not a huge deal, but I don't want anyone to have to rush to do it either. Okay, so where's master power? Master power is 1, avionics is 2. Mags are going to do, I'm going to deal with the mags later. They're just going to be simulated. They're just going to be simulated for my alternators. It's not realistic, but it'll be kind of a cool little feature. All right, starter. Starter is going to be key. And so it's going to be key and then we want to do less. 2.5. So if the key is on, and the RPS is less than 2.5. I don't know where my RPS is yet, right there. So that's less than 2.5. Might do 3, but do 3 for now. That's gonna run my starter. So pretty simple. That's, how people always, new viewers especially have to shut the key off to get the starter to stop. I don't want that. I want it to do this. Lights panel is going to be, you know what we can do here? Let's do this. Is there anything on there that I need? Let's check. If it's all lights, we're going to be in good shape here. All lights. Beautiful. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. So I already have a lights panel already established and set up here. And so I'm going to keep it as a separate panel. So now what I can do is change lights panel to an output. That will be reading all my gauges. So all my gauges are on there. So that actually worked out perfectly. Yeah, that worked out nicely. So let's go ahead and update that. All right, so now I'm going to daisy these. So this daisy's there, and then this one here goes to this. We'll get rid of that. Zing. So this is just controlling my lights here. I have to renumber them. So, oh, landing. Of course, it's first. Let's see. Beacon was 4. Okay, beacon is now. So beacon blinks. So I just have 1 second off, 1 second on. So beacon is a blinking light. What do we have next? Nav is next. Nav should be. No, 3 is beacon. 3 is beacon. 4 is nav. 5 is 6, 7. 7 is going to be strobes. Trying to remember them all off the top of my head. 7 is strobes and 8 is landing. Nice. That's done. Okay. All right. That is good now. And then this one here. So this will just plug in all my. That now reads out all my instrument information. So that's good. This needs a battery. Again, I'm trying to hurry as quick as I can to get this ready so that kind of end it on that. And again, I just want this in the air, flying reasonably, flying pretty well. All right, there's battery right there. All right, and so I need to run some stuff here for lights panel. So let's do a write number. What are we running here? We're running. Should be 1 through, what do I have? 3 panels, so 12 minus 2, so 1 through 10. Okay. Okay, so let's see. First gauge is going to be 1, that's RPS, so I'm doing it RPM because that's how I do. Okay, there's RPM. Next one's temp. Temp is going to be engine number 3. I know that off the top of my head. Engine composite 3 is RPM. I'm sorry, it's temp. I'm going to read that as a raw Celsius value. I could switch to Fahrenheit, but I'm not going to. After that is battery. Battery is going to be a percentage. It's just how I like to run it. Okay, here we have bat. I'm trying to remember this. Delta 3600. So it's battery delta times 3600. That just gives me a usable voltage number, essentially. That's all. That's the only reason I do that. That gives me my, it tells me if I'm generating electricity or if I'm discharging electricity. Pretty simple. Needle goes left or right. If I'm close, it's close to the middle. It just tells me, are you using up all your electricity or are you building? That's it. And then what do we have next? That's volts. What is, these numbers are all screwed up. I already screwed them up. All right, 1, so that's there, that's there. This should go to there, this should go to there. There we go. We should be skipping 2 every time. That makes more sense, and it actually gives me more space, so a little bit. All right, and then the next 2 are fuel, so I need, I'm going to switch to port. I know this is annoying, but port, fuel. That just, it keeps it, the orientation of the person, the way the person is sitting. I've been doing left, right. Left, right's often how you do it in flying, but port just you don't, oh, am I looking at the aircraft or am I sitting in the aircraft? It's always from the way you're sitting is really the way it is. And then I have to do, I'm going to do gallons. So what is gallons? Divided 3785, 3785. I was trying to remember a lot of these off the top of my head. And yeah, I was going to say I could just do total fuel, but do it like that anyway. All right, so that's pretty much that setup. Lights should be good. I need to quickly hook in all that crap. Yes, we should hopefully be aviating very quickly. I'm trying here. Master power. If the key switch is on, we want to turn on our PID to control our fuel. That goes there. That goes there so I don't have an aneurysm when it doesn't look like a straight line. And I'm a sick man. This one goes like that to look better. Let's see. Starter's good. Throttle's in air. We need to work on the engine some. Controls need to be put in. So let's go. 1, 2, 3. Let's do controls. Controls are important to make sure they make it on this. So number, output, pitch. So one of the things I do with my airplanes, if your plane is built correctly, it should fly it should fly well without a gyro. Then when you add a gyro, it flies beautifully. So that's kind of my, the whole way I do that is fly it first, put in a gyro, does it fly. If you watch the last week's live stream, I built a fighter and most of it worked really well without having any sort of gyro. And that makes it so that it's nice and easy for you to, you don't have to worry too much. You can easily, you know, the gyro is not having to do too much work, let's put it that way, because you have to tune the gyro all day long if it's not working well. If you get the gyro working if you get the plane flying pretty well on its own, the gyro doesn't have to do much work. Yaw is going to be 3. Okay, good. So that's roll pitch yaw. That's our thrust. We're getting there. All right, let's, what is this crap here? Left and right magnetos, those aren't going there. That will do this. I'm just going to do my alternators at 100% because I'm running them as magnetos. So what I'm going to do is my mags are switching to numbers. And then I just need numerical switch boxes. 1. I need clutch. Okay. And 3 is left mag, I believe. This is right mag. There we go. And so that's my simulated mag. So all it's going to do is give me full alternator. Is all it's going to do. Pretty simple. And I'll do some chicanery later. This isn't designed, you know, I'm going to release this on the workshop as it is when it's done, kind of as an example, as an unfinished example. Again, I want new players to feel comfortable. They can come in and participate in these, that they don't feel outclassed or they don't feel like they can't even get started. I want them to feel welcome. So that's, I'll release that. Let's see. All right, am I almost ready here? I think we're close. Let's trying to remember the little things that I need here and there. Again, rebuild, you know, rebuilding a whole new panel can sometimes be a pain, but as I get better and kind of change the way I want things done, it makes it a lot easier to makes it a lot quicker and it makes the panels better. So one of the rules, clutch, cost the number 1. Right? If you want to start it and then go to 1, that's fine. But the clutch must be at 100%. People will do this slipping clutch. It's not really a glitch. It's an exploit where you get more power with a slipping clutch. That would work for about 20 minutes until you wear all the abrasive material off the clutch, and then you have no clutch anymore. And so that's why I'm making that a rule is, yeah, you have to have 100% clutch, because you'd have to have 100% clutch or else you'd ruin your clutch. You don't want to be slipping your clutch all day. All right, so let's go ahead and update this. Let's hook and book. Master panel comes in. Master panel, lovely, all switches, goes in there. Engine we need now. I need to build up the engine, which will be quick. Yaw, I'm going to have to do a control check here. RPS, I don't know why I just started doing it in a weird order. Those fuels I don't care about right now. Roll. Ailerons I will have to fix. Flaps, I need flaps. I didn't put in a flap controller. Beautiful. I literally have 2 spaces left. Why does this one have 1 aileron? Okay. I accidentally deleted it somehow. I'm gonna have to flip these at some point. One of them is gonna be wrong. I just put them in for now, and then I will take me 2 seconds to flip them when they need it. I don't know if this is too much aileron or not enough aileron. We will find out. Pitch. Elevators. Left mag is going to go to the left alternator clutch. Right mag is going to there. Fuel manifold. I haven't built it yet. So let's finish the engine up. Hopefully, again, nose is short. Easy to make this 6-cylinder if I need to. Hopefully keep it as a 2. I'd like it as a 4 rather. I'd like to keep it as a 4 if I can. All right, that's good there. Let's go ahead and let's do manifold. T-piece manifold. Oh, wrong way. You, sir, go like this. You, sir, go like this. Could do them the same way, but I'm not going to. And I need 1 more of these. And so I'm just making extra space. I may not need all this, but I'm just making them in case I do need them all. And so I'm just going to kind of doing this quick and dirty. I want this running. I want you guys to see it, and then I can move on. And often you just were taking, you're taking air out of the front generally. So let's do that. Where are you at? Sweet symmetry. I might not be able to do fluids because the prop's too close. Let's see. Nope. Have enough space. Beautiful. All right. I just screwed a bunch of crap up because of symmetry, which is standard. There we go. All right, that's that. And then we're going to do our single air from this side, and the other side just faked, just to make it look good. Sometimes exhaust generally goes underneath, so that's where that exhaust is going to go here. Let's do this first. Yep, I'll pipe. Let's do exhaust, exhaust. Where you at, exhaust? Where you at, exhaust manifold? All the way to the bottom, huh? Are you right at the wheel? Of course you are, aren't you? Yeah. Typical, 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 typical. All right. Not a huge deal. Just move it. Let's undo all that. Often you have the exhaust going on one side anyway. Let me see. Let's move fuel. That's better anyways. Let's do fuel. Cut you. Move you over here. Paste you. Merge you. And if anyone needs more tutorials, there's the basic airplane tutorial I made. So go ahead and check that out. What are you here? What's there? You are where my exhaust lives. Okay, beautiful. So let's go. All right, again, no deletion of exhaust. Exhaust has to be in there. I don't care if there's a ton of smoke. It doesn't bother me. I just don't want engines that are not performing realistically, because people try and do essentially decorative items. That's just for decoration. It's kind of one of the things I do. All right, there we go. So we have exhaust there. I usually have a big grease streak down the side of the plane because of it. All right, so let's hook up. Yaw goes to just pivot as well for nose wheel steering. Brakes, I will do. Need parking brake. I need flaps. So here we go, right there. This will go to the master panel. Yeah, okay. I should be able to make this work. So I need arrow button is 5 up. Flaps. Arrow button up. Push. That'll be 5. Flaps. Position. Flap position. Gauge. Vertical. Let's see. Minimum value is what? I have to do it the other way, I think. So I think I do 1, 0. That flips it. 6. Nope. What do you have? 1? Is that 1? That's, what do I have? 12 here. 12, 13. I'm going to feed it from that. 13 there. Apps down. Arrow button down. Push. What do we got there? 4, 5, 6, 6. There's one other thing I needed. I'm trying to remember what it is. Can't remember what it is. Crap. Something I needed. Oh, parking brake. That's what I need. That's going up here. All right. And I often do it as a release. That's just so that it's on when I start. And that's 8. All right, good. So that's what I needed there. And that's why I went in that panel. So flaps and that. So let's go and add some nodes. So number output flaps. Flaps. Park brake. What was the last thing I'm trying to think? Brakes. Brakes. All right. All right, so let's get those going, and then we'll be in good shape here. So I just want to make this ready for us to aviate. We'll navigate and we'll communicate. All right, so flaps. I want flaps are going to be, they're off the master panel. They are 5 and 7. Okay. Come on. We're right here, up, down. Oh no, what do I want? 25. 25, and then we'll do 0 to 1. Enabled. What was it? Up was there, down is there. 0.25 would actually make sense, wouldn't it? That goes there. Flaps. All right. Parking brake is 8. That's 8. And then I want I think I'm going to do space bar. So what is space? 32 or 31? I can never remember. I'm out of the chat a little bit. So 31 is trigger. All right. Grab 31 here. All right. Yeah, this will just let me do progressive brakes. So we'll do. All right. Progressive brakes there. So I think we're pretty much, hopefully we're good to get this going. Let's see, master power. Let's do relay. Relay. Stick on the tail for now. There's space in the front. Try to keep the weight in the front. That's why I'm kind of being a little particular with where I put things. I don't want to add too much weight to the back right now. I have to add weight back to the wings. Master power. Avion starter is going to go to starter. Avionics are going to go to all of our panels. Nope. Okay, that's there. Avionics. Air manifold. Gonna go right. I believe you're right here, aren't you? There you are. Fuel manifold. Where are you at there, guy? You're there. Okay. What are we missing here? Those key. What are you? Nothing right now. Brakes. Only brake the mains. Don't break the nose. It's a good way to break your nose wheel off. Breaking the nose. Clutch. Flaps. Park brake. Park brake the mains, no nose. Fuel I don't care about right now. I have to screw around with some battery. All right. All right, we're getting close here. Check all these. These are looking good. This one here, the readout to the lights panel needs to go to there. And then I need to read out the flaps so I can see my flaps in the cockpit. What number is that? Oh, if I could only remember. What number are you? You are 13. Okay. 13. I clicked the wrong one. I always do that. 13 and then 1. There we go. And so flaps will read to ya, and then you'll come up here and you'll read there. And because I need a straight line or else my mind hurts, we'll go like that. All right, good. There we go. All right, so took electricity, and I think we're getting there. So the electricity here, battery goes to the hot side. This is the master bus. Master bus will power, not like that. Master bus will power segregated systems like so. And then that will power that. Is this all connected? That is good. All right, this doesn't need to be connected because I'm not switching gears. Okay, let's keep going with that. Alternators. The alternators, they will power the hot side. Yep, because we need mass power on to run them. Engine starter is powered off the hot side. Flaps are going to be powered. Let's do all these. So control surfaces, I link all together. I still need to do a control check. Control check's one of the things you do on your checklist. All right, controls. We'll go to this is the hot side. So hot side, like doors, anything we need like that. I'm not going to do the door right now. I'm going to punch out a window. Okay, so we're good here. So let's go ahead and take this. And just for symmetry's sake, for fuel, I'm going to stick this in this wing here. You are going to go over here. Now stick you here because the gyro is going to go to the other side when I eventually put the gyro in. So I want to get a flight test. I want to fly this around the pattern. I want to then gyro it, and hopefully we're good there. Let's keep it light. I don't have a ton of engine, and so because I don't have a ton of engine, I don't want to have to worry too much about an absolute insane amount of weight. Okay. I need to put my nav lights in that I destroyed. I need to hook up all my lights to electricity. And so there's just weight savings, and this will also make it a little easier. I'm definitely not going to need to expand fuel, but this is mostly just weight savings at this point. Making the wings nice and light. And if I want them heavier later, I can always add weight to them, but right now, it'll be nice and light. And because I'm not putting fuel in this far in the wing, I don't have to worry about the cells lining up and making sure fuel can travel. Just kind of closing it up. All right. And I need 2 indicators. And I repaint these additive. Red, right, wrong, so the green is there. Red strobes. Let's go ahead and go back to electricity. Lights. And where are we at? This needs to go on to hot bus. And I don't have a landing light yet, so let's go ahead and punch that in. Often it is right here in the cowling. What are you? Light. I forgot that. I can't put it in front of a spot like that. Okay. That's that. Okay, let's go ahead and electricity you to this light. And then lights will go on the hot side of the bus because you put your beacon on. That's just, you sometimes want to run your lights without having to turn on the whole plane. That's good. Okay, good. So let's go ahead and those are all hooked to the relay. Make sure the relay's connected. Relay's connected. What are you? Spotlight. Spotlight needs to go. So the light panel needs to hook all these up. Landing light goes there. Strobes. I need to reconnect my strobes because I deleted them. Where's nav? Nav hooks to these. All right, so I think we're ready. Let's try to Yeah, I'm not worried about surface count just because play it by myself in solo. I'll probably do it before I release it, but it doesn't really matter to me too much. All right, let's do a control check. We need a control check. Perfect, still balanced nicely. Favors the tail, then it immediately lands. That means it's balanced up nicely. Ah, put a handle on there. The Pipers, you had a little step, and then you stepped up on the wing. All right, so let's go ahead, and I haven't done any of the gauges yet, but I'm just doing a control check. If I can see, the hangar's too tiny, I can't see. Pitch. So elevators are in the correct position. Yaw. Yaw is incorrect. Yaw needs to be flipped. Okay, good. Let's check the nose wheel. Right turn, beautiful. Okay, so the rudder needs to be flipped. Roll. Roll. The starboard side needs to be fixed. Okay, so go ahead and do that. And you are good, but I want you limited, so I won't worry about it right now. Let's try to get a crank on this. Pain is I made it like a Piper where I get it on the right side and I spawn it on the left side. Okay, so let's go master power, avionics. Left magneto, right magneto, start. Sounds are off. Okay, so that's probably where we're at here. I don't know what my fuel is. Let me check that. So it's not that. I think it's the starter cutout, maybe. Let me try this. I'm going to probably have to pid tune it. Let's go. I haven't run a... I think this number is too low. I haven't run one that's not AFR controlled in a while, so... You know, it's not controlling the fuel as precisely for me. There we go. That was it. Pid. All right. Engine's up and running. I actually kind of like the propeller spin the other way, but I don't know. Okay, so the flaps are working. The gauge is not. Okay, so that's fine. I don't know. Are the flaps working? I don't think the flaps are working. So thumbs up with the flaps. Parking brake release. So engine's just way too sensitive throttle. Starter keeps going because throttle's set a little low. Remember, I set my my what do you call it? My idle to 3, where I normally set it to 5. So I need to do that. Where are we at here? Starter. So I did 3. Let's go 3.5. Again, I don't want too much thrust because I don't want, I need to be able to have this as a pitch. Oh, it won't. Oh, so this won't let me change the pitch. Okay, that's fine. Let's see if it works. Do I guess I have to do positive pitch on this. All right, we'll see how it works. Again, I haven't played with this aircraft propeller. I generally do complex aircraft, so let's, brake is on. Nope, I screwed up the parking brake. I have to fix that or else we're going to be in trouble. Where's park brake? Did I connect the parking brake? Brakes. Where's park brake? Where's park brake? Park brake. Needs to be a not parking brake release. So I like doing the release. That way it starts, you know, it's on when I get in. Generally, the parking brake's actually off because you tie it down and you release your parking brake. But first thing you do when you get in is turn the parking brake on. So we're not tied down. So let's see if our starter clicks less. Okay. So I know why it's doing this. It's just I'm trying to... There we go. So brakes are not strong enough to hold it. I might have to change this up a little bit. No, I'm holding it pretty well now. Let's see. Okay, there we go. All right, so we're holding. Okay, so we're holding. We're at, what's our RPM? 216. So I need to convert that out. Let's say 220. So I'm not doing it in my head. Why would I do it in my head when I can just calculate it? Try to do too much of this in my head and it burns my brain out. 3.6. So 3.6 is our new idle. So I need a hair higher idle. That's why it's clicking the starter. That 2 value might be too high in the PID. So we're running. Positive blade pitch is fine. Brakes are on. That's all working. I'm good there, Jace. How are you? Beacon is on. You flashing at me? You flashing at me. Lovely. All right, let's go do a little fly poo. I don't have an attitude indicator, but we're in VFR, so it's good. Let's go ahead and... I can't work my flaps. I don't care about flaps for takeoff. I care about them for landing, so that's fine. Double check. I need to do a control check. Oh, my yaw is backwards. Did I screw it up and look at it backwards? I did. So my yaw is backwards. How's my wheel? Wheel is fine. Yaw is backwards. I need to flip that rudder again. That's good. That's good. Okay, control check is good. Let's bring it back in. So it's actually it's working pretty well. Just have a couple kinks to work out. So I'm gonna actually just change that idle to... I don't want to go too high. Too high is gonna cause it so that my brakes aren't gonna behave. Okay, so where are we at here? Make you 3.7, 3.7. Let's try this. So I'm gonna add a procedure here. Because the propeller is has a forward pitch on it already, I'm gonna hold my brakes. So parking brake release is off. I'm gonna hold my brakes on start. Hold brakes, so I'm gonna hold the space bar. Now I'm gonna increase some throttle. There we go. We're up and running. You actually had to do that in real life. You had to give it more throttle and then pull it back as soon as it started. It would actually pull you. Oh, sorry to hear about your mom. Glad it's giving you some relief. All right, so right now I have full brakes on, holding the space bar. I'm going to let go. Parking brake should be on. Parking brake is on. Let me verify it. Variable brake is 1. That's not good. And then our parking brake's not on either, so I know what it is. It's the seats. Triggers start at a toggle. They need to go to push. So that would be that. Trigger there. All right, and then let's fix this parking brake issue. Hopefully we're close. All right, so if 4, it's not 4 is the reason. 4 is not the number. I didn't change the number, so I need to figure out what the number is. Okay, so that was all that problem was. That's 8. Okay. I copied 4 and I never changed the number to 8. So that would be that. Let me see, update that. Let's save it. I haven't saved it in too long, so. So one thing I'm thinking of doing as well is starting a captain's flight school. And so I'll actually kind of start with my beginner plane. That's one of the reasons I wanted to build these beginner planes, and you know, and do mine is that way we can do the flight school, do some videos on that, and I should have fixed the flaps. So was that it? So the brake should be on now. So let's start it. I have to give it a little bit of throttle, so we'll go to. So it's like in a higher. So it could be that the p-value. If the p-value is too hard, it's not going to be accurate enough. High, it's not going to be accurate enough. All right, so let's go ahead and let's do beacon, nav. We'll just turn them all on, make sure they're all working. So I liked it. Usually the lights were behind the propeller, and it actually did that, like the propeller shadow there. Let's go ahead and release the parking brake. Let's go ahead and start throttling up. I'm just going to check brakes while I'm here. I have to fly out. I want to check brakes. Parking brake is on true. What the hell is that doing on true for? Why are you on? This is going to be stressed. What are you doing, man? Why is this still on? Park brake. What are you doing, man? If the button is not on, set the brake. If 8... I didn't... I know what it is. Okay, I know what it is. I didn't daisy it. Forgot to daisy chain it, so it's not daisy chained. There we go. Okay, now we're in business. Let's fix the flaps while I'm here. You know, in large aircraft, you need flaps for takeoff. In small aircraft, you generally don't, unless you're doing a soft field takeoff, which is like grass. Then you want to do that. So let me check it. Okay, that's why. Remember my composite wasn't connected? I bet that's why this wasn't working. All right. So that's probably all that was. Same thing. All right, let's spawn it. Yep, hope your mother gets better soon. All right, let's try to get out of here. I don't have any linear speed or anything else. I'm gonna just first try is does it fly? How does it fly? What does it need? Parking brake now holds me, but increasing this to like. So I have to set the floor. That's fine. I set a lower floor on the RPS. I think it's a p-value issue. If my p-value is too high, it's not giving me what I want, so I'll check that later. All right, let's go ahead and lights. Check our instrument gauges. RPM's good, temp's good, battery's good, volts are good, fuels. All right, infinite fuel, let's not run. Okay, that's good to know. All right, good. So taking that off, that tells me something's up. So I need to check the engine. Something's up with my engine. Let's try to get it running and see what's up. AFR is 0. Okay, what's that? Throttle's 1. How are you looking, fuel? Can I see you, fuel? This is the problem when it's tight in there. I can't see anything. Can I crawl in here more? Come on, let me in. 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 Wonder what this looks like. That's good. Crap, I can't see my fuel. All right, let's check our fuel here. The standard procedure is me ripping all the engine cowling off to be able to see what the hell I'm working on. All right, that's there. All right, let's go ahead and spawn this, try to run it. Doesn't surprise me. I almost, generally what I forget is I'm not doing AFR, but generally what I forget is to hook up the composite for the engine, but I don't need it. Because it's positive pitch, Mike. This is a non-complex aircraft. Non-complex aircraft, you do not control your prop pitch. Non-complex aircraft have fixed pitch propellers, so the pitch will be positive. Throttle's, that's fine. How's exhaust? Exhaust 0. Okay. Probably exhaust problem. So, let's just really quickly do that. Now, the propeller has nothing to do with weight either. It has to do with other things. It's mostly air density. Okay, that's connected. Let's see. Let's hope it was the exhaust. Wouldn't surprise me. Often it's exhaust that's doing it. Might not like going through a cat. It's a pretty small engine, so. I'll check nodes in a second. I'm just trying to check the obvious crap here. That's fine. I wonder if I have fuel. Let's check liter per second. 0 liter per second. It could be a fuel issue. Did I delete my spawner by accident? That could be. I could have deleted my... You know what I think I did? I deleted my fuel spawner. Yeah. That was it. I bet I deleted my fuel spawner. Yeah, I deleted my fuel spawner. Okay, I have no fuel in it. All right, that would be why, dude. Okay. Let's see how I want to do this here. What are you? You are there. So I need to build here anyway, so this is where this stuff's going. So, you see how to do. Yeah, so right now I'm just going to do a fuel spawner. Can't do it there. Should be able to do it like this, and then I can't do... Spawner needs 2 spots. I'll fix it later. I'm just trying to get it running here right now. Let's figure this out. Try to do it right the first time here. Okay, so that's that. I need to put in a fuel body. Okay, let's do it in the engine compartment. I have space, so let's do it there. So I want kind of like a mixing valve here, so should be able to cut it there for a spawner. And maybe I'll just read 1 fuel quantity. And then I should be able to cut a meter here. Yeah, I'm just going to do 1 fuel volume. I don't need 2. It's kind of that's unnecessary. Then I need to do pluck pluck. Okay, good. So that fixes me up here. Can't tell where I am anymore in the build. All right, and then I need a... So it wasn't fuel. I forgot I had cut those out. All right, there we go. All right, so let's try it now. Let's fix this back. Hopefully that's not a problem either. Yeah, it's one of those things that, you know, you can see how like I put stuff in, I tear it out. I do that all the time, and then I'm like, why is it not working? And it's all about just forgetting that stuff that you did. It seems like it's just part of the game at this point. Wish I didn't delete all the stuff to see my fuel. Now that I actually moved it closer, I might be able to see it now. Fluid port. I should be able to get a value off the fluid port. 0 liters per second. Can I read the meter? Oh my god, I'm stuck in the build again. I think it's at the left seat floor. I can read the meter. There it is. I need to make sure there's fuel in there. This capacity, all right, we have fuel. Okay, what is going on then? We have fuel. Let me check it. AFR is 0, exhaust is 0. Up, air. Look, I deleted the air. I love it when you just randomly delete stuff and then you have to go back and find it. These are the standard problems that we all have that you think at some point you'll get over and you never do. That you think, oh, someday I'll stop forgetting to delete stuff that I need. It never happens. There we go. All right, good. We're running. So we're okay. Let's put some flaps down. I'd like the flaps to work. All right, flaps aren't working right now. I'm not going to worry about it. That's like a later down the road thing. Let me check all my control surfaces. I need to do a control surface check. Okay. My yaw is finally back to where it should be. Do they clip? They do not clip. That's why I made them so far apart. Okay, good. Let's try to get out of here. Break off. Okay, nice. Taxis nicely already. It's very little throttle I need here. So I just need to set the bottom thrust, the bottom throttle. It's because I put the clamp to 0 behind the PID. Taxi's very nice. Okay, weather is, I want clear weather. Am I even increasing the throttle? Okay, so 3 is definitely too much. I can't, what is it doing? Why am I not getting my, it's like, okay, it's probably, 3 is probably just too much. Let me try something here. Let's just go, try that for now. Probably just not enough power. It's a small engine. I'm trying to keep the engine as small as possible, but I don't need absolutely stellar fuel performance either. There we go. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, I've determined the set pitch in the stream. It's positive. All right, that's still too much resistance. Go right to 1 to 1. And then if it does not want to behave for me, if it doesn't want to take off, I have to increase the engine size, which is fine. I'll bang it out to a 6-cylinder. Yeah, if you look where I like 3 messages up, I said positive pitch. That would be when I said quite clearly there what pitch you have. On aircraft propeller, you can only go positive and negative. I thought you could set a pitch. You cannot. On aircraft propellers, it is positive or negative. So that was discovered in the stream that it has to be a positive pitch. So I will fix that in the notes when I'm done with it. All right, so we need a bigger engine. All right, that's fine. That's why I made the nose so small, was plenty of room for engine. Okay, let's see, where are we going here? Let's go. Perfect, that allows me to easily do this. So let's cut this, let's go zing, zing, zing. That's just, well, I'm gonna add extra cylinders so that I don't have to do this twice. And then, I could actually probably make a more shapely, nice looking nose on this now too, that it's a little bit longer. Okay. So I just want to get proof of concept, get this going. Battery is getting out of here for now. Also, I probably don't need as much battery, but I don't want to change the size right now because I have it all connected. But actually, no. This is another reason that I like to do it this way is all that battery does is goes to the relay. So I'm going to swap it for a smaller battery. I don't need a big battery because all this weight is moving further forward. That's giving me a longer lever arm, and it's giving me again, this is one of the reasons why I like modular is imagine if you had to do that with a imagine if you had to do that with you had to bring in a couple extra small engines or something. So all right, so now we have a bigger engine. So we're running an 8. Often you need to go much more powerful in game than you would in real life. So we'll see how that runs. You know, I can't vary the propeller, so do battery. I'll do small. Easier to tuck away as well. Let's go logic. You need to go to here. Where are you at here? Battery, and then I need just go electricity here to the battery side, the hot side, and we're done on that. So this is gonna go. Let's start with a 1 to 1. See how this engine runs now. Hopefully I connected everything back up. Yep, I just cut the front off, so that should hopefully start up fine. So just underpowered. Again, the game thing. You know, the game's not. We need more power and everything that we would in real life. You know, of course, you know, the yeah, that was because that was my old notes from yesterday. So I will fix them. Here, I'm gonna fix them right now, so it's done. There, it's deleted. All right. All right, so we have 0 multiplication on the gearbox. I'm going to see if I can run this up. I'll get out there. So I'm not... There's no way in hell that's 20 RP. No, that's close, man. Okay, so we do need some... Need to gear up, or else we're never getting anywhere. Alright, so this is the stuff. I'm not going to drum on this too long. I'm just trying to get this aircraft kind of flying a little bit before I end the stream. Again, you know, you guys are going to have a month to work on this and put in as big of an engine as you want or need. Work on your gearing as much as you need. So, all right, there we go. We're starting to squeal tires, so we're getting some power out of this. Just need a bigger engine. 4-cylinder was. I wanted to do it for RP reasons. So I don't even know what speed I'm going here. I have no flaps, so. See if I can go to 3-to-1. Probably gonna need big engines. That's a big propeller, so wouldn't surprise me. The engines need to grow quite a bit. But these are the issues that everybody's going to have going through, is figuring out what size engine they need. My PID number is probably screwy too on the. I bet. Oh, now we're really cooking with gas here. I have no frame or speed reference, so. All right, so let's try to get some speed in here. Let's do this. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? There. Okay. This is my gauges. I just want some gauges so I know what the hell I'm working with here. That is airspeed, airspeed. Artificial horizon, altimeter, vertical speed, heading indicator, turn slip, turn slip. There we go. Okay. So this is a great pack if you want to go on and download that. Player sensor, I don't need that. I don't need you. I don't need. That I don't need. Okay, good. So I'm just going to stable this crap on the wing for now. And now I have some gauges to kind of read what I'm doing. I just need speed is mostly what I'm looking for here. I need to figure out what the hell's up with my flaps. Not that flaps are really going to help me take off at this point. I'm quite curious what my engine's revving to, so do not know what my engine is revving to, so you know, I also, one of the reasons I'm doing this too is I want to make sure that all the rules are going to work. You know, if something's not going to work, I want to catch it early before I have to change anything. RPS, RPS there. Sure, everything's merged up in there. Good. So what are we at? We're at an 8-cylinder now. If I need to go more cylinders, I can. The other thing I could do is I can increase more. If I'm getting plenty of power, I can increase the gearing as well. Generally, I'll do a 9 to 1 for my propellers generally. Yeah, that's true. That's I started to say that and I got distracted. Was that the what do you call it? The displacement of the engines, like, it's like a four-cylinder aircraft, like an Lycoming or IO, whatever the hell the four is, I can't remember, has a pretty big displacement. It actually has like almost an 8-cylinder displacement. Yeah, 0300. Yeah, the displacement's actually pretty high on those. It's see what my yeah, we're only getting 8 on there. Okay, good. So we're not getting enough. Let me check something really quick. So what I'm gonna do here is simple cut this, yank it, and I'm gonna make sure my engine revs up without the propeller attached. If the engine revs up without the propeller attached, then it's a load issue. So that's load, okay. So let's see. I need to get some thrust out of this sucker. Try not to make this engine enormous. But I do need, I'm trying to see what its slow speed handling characteristics are. I got symmetry problems already again. Cut. Okay. Might have to supercharge this. I'd rather not have to supercharge this. Make sure all my cylinders are connected. Make sure I'm actually running all the banks. That's connected to that, to that. They should be connected, the banks. I usually don't do it this way. That's why I'm double checking it. That's connected to here to there. I usually just do a simple run across. Now that it's bigger, I can do a simple one, a normal one, and then I'll change that later. But again, I just want to kind of get this running. And again, that's another reason I give people a month to do it, is trying to do it here very quickly. Let me get this propeller RPS as high as I can get it. See how we look here. I'm trying to make sure I can get the engine revved up to my desired RPM, because that will tell me if it's a PID problem. I don't think it's a PID problem, but there's 18. Yeah, so with a 1-to-1 you get barely any. Yeah, if we don't get enough thrust, so. Let me do something really quick, see if I can't just, I'm going to kind of jerry this. I want to get through this problem. I want to end the stream. I want to get you guys building, and I will continue working on it, and I'll release some more videos of me working on it throughout the competition. Again, I want to make it so some new people can go ahead and enjoy and get into it if they need to. All right, so that's adding an extra 4 cylinders, so making it 50% more powerful. Again, I'm going to keep stepping it up. My gearing tutorial, I go over this, is if adding gearing decreases RPS, then you need to increase the size of your engine. Pretty simple stuff. Oh, brake is on, and I'm pulling on the brake really hard. I need to get off the ground, so here, let me get out of the seat. Let me get in the seat. I'm in the seat that doesn't have any instruments on it. There we go. Starting to get there. Okay. Engine is all the issue. Okay. Flying pretty good with this has no gyro. Roll is always uber sensitive with no gyro. So what I'll probably do is I might be able to cut my ailerons down. So it was a power problem. That's fine. I can work on the power problem. So this is the issue: is the propeller is you can't shrink or increase the size of the aircraft propeller. and you can't change the pitch. So initially, if I was still considering using a rotor when I was coming up with the rules, that's why it was not specified. I've definitely decided I want an aircraft propeller. So we're looking at right now, this is what's that? A 12. So a 12 is running this fine at a 3 to 1, and I'm at 100 knots. So this is probably more power than I even need. So let's play with this, and so I have no gyro in this whatsoever. Let's watch its flight characteristics. My hands are off the controls. My hands have been off the controls for a while. That's stability there. That's what you're looking for. See how the plane is not scaring me? All right, we used to, now in real life, this is what would happen in real life, okay? So see so as you're descending, right, you're gaining speed. Well, what happens? If you gain speed, right, you gain lift. So what happens? The nose starts pitching up, right? What happens? This wing on the right is starting to get more drag because it's at a higher angle of attack. So what happens? It starts to roll you out automatically. And then what will happen? Your pitch will automatically start to come up. Well, what will happen in real life? Well, you start losing speed. What happens when you lose speed? You lose lift. The nose will drop. As the nose drops, what happens? You gain speed. What happens? The nose goes up. So in real life, you know, your students start to over control constantly, and so what I used to make them do is say, take your hands off the controls, and they'd be like, what? You're like, yeah, take your hands off the controls. We get up to a nice altitude like this, and I'd say, don't touch anything. Yes, exactly. You get that, you get like inherent stability or dynamic static stability or different types of stability, and so the plane actually, like my hands are off, the plane will do itself. And so once you train students that, hey, you can take your hands off the controls and you're not going to crash instantly, it gave people confidence. Like right now, hands are off, plane is flying on its own. Nothing bad is happening. And so by showing them that, they knew that they didn't have to put in a ton of controls to fix a bad situation or could fix something. They could kind of, you know, they knew the plane was going to take care of itself to a point, and they just had to babysit it, and that's kind of what we want. So this is with no gyro whatsoever. Visibility is pretty good. I'll probably put some skylights in, but I have good eyebrow windows. Skylights are definitely important in a high wing aircraft because right here I'd be blind all up in here, and so I'd need to look up my skylight. All right, so let's go ahead and let's do a little landing here. So I have no flaps. Still have to fix the flaps. I still don't know what's up with that. I got to look at them. I probably screwed up something simple that I just don't care to even go into. All right, so I'm slowing down. Now my throttle is way too sensitive. That's something I'll gig people for. I haven't touched the sensitivity on the throttle yet. So like I gave it 2 clicks and I went from 120 knots down to 84. Okay, I'm trying to find where it likes to be. So see I'm oscillating. So it likes to be about 80 knots is going to be its approach speed. A little bit faster than I like, but again, I have no flaps. Adding flaps is going to cut that speed down. So try to get the flaps fixed. So yeah, about 80, 90. I'd like to get that lower flaps will help. So, all right. So first landing, no problem. Plane didn't scare me at any point. So that's what's going to give me the most. See, it taxis nicely. That's what's going to give me the most confidence in your build is, does it scare me? And this plane, as you can see, didn't scare me. I don't know if I had damage off. Vehicle damage is on. Player damage is on, but, you know, we wouldn't have damaged anything. I landed nicely in the landing gear. But you saw, you know, that would have been a go-around. There's no way in hell in real life I was sticking that landing, but you can see it didn't scare me. That's no gyro. Once a gyro's on this is going to be a kitty cat, you know. And so let's go ahead and let's fix a couple things. So the main thing that I don't like about this plane is that one issue of the speed. So let's go ahead. Let's go up to 25. I don't know if it'll even get there. Let's go ahead and let's go 8. And 8 here. And this needs to be decreased. So sensitivity, be careful of your sensitivity in your throttle. That's an area where I'll take some points. Again, I clicked twice and I dropped 20 knots. I should be able to hold it, you know, 5 knots is about worst case scenario, let me try to control it within 5 knots, because if you're going to stall at 50 and you want your approach speed to be 55, I can't touch the button and have it instantly stall me, and touch the button, I'm way back up in the air. I want to be able to very granularly control that throttle. All right, let's do this flaps. Flaps are going to help me get my my stall speed down. It's going to help me get my speed down. So let's check all the connections here for flaps. Why the hell are they not working? All right, so that's 1 through 4. This should be 5. This should be 7. That's why I numbered it wrong. Okay, 6. So this should be, that's 8. This should be 7. All right, so flaps down button was numbered wrong. So found that problem pretty quick. And the other thing to think about that plane, how well it was behaving, you look at all that extra weight ahead in the left wing and it was still behaving no problem. So that's kind of, again, I have no gyro on. So if you can fly pretty well without a gyro on, you're in good shape, man, because as soon as you put it in the stock gyro, the thing has to do so little work that it's not going to hurt you. It's going to make it even better. I'm not turning the gyro on. If you want to do that, it's stiff for me. You'll get dinged for points for stiffness because... So that's set to 8 now. So hopefully... There we go. See, the engine's not trying to shut off now all the time. It's a little bit high, I think, for, what I might do... see, I'm creeping for it a little bit, so I'm going to have to decrease that a little bit, but not bad. Let's check flaps. Oh my god, these flaps, they're going the wrong way. All right, that's an easy fix. That makes sense. I meant to flip them and I didn't. Why are they going the wrong way? Should be going positive down. Why are they going the wrong way? Let me double check that they're going the wrong way. I think they're going the wrong way. They're going up. Oh, power. Okay, flaps. All right, flaps need to be flipped. I could do it in the thing, but I don't want negative numbers. That's why. Because I want positive numbers shown on my gauge, so that's why I'm flipping them instead of just changing it in the microcontroller. All right, let's try it now. So flaps, if you've been watching any of the Proteus videos, I can get Proteus down to 50 knots and land no problem. And that's awesome because it really gives me good characteristics. So right there, I'm going to take off with flaps set to 1. That's 25 degrees, so I just need to index that. Let's take off from the left seat. Left seat's where, the primary pilot flies. Instructor flies over there. Brakes coming off. So I'm able to take off with all that runway left. If you had, again, I will take off with the full runway for the competition. If you can test it like I'm testing it with less runway, all you're doing is guaranteeing that you're going to make it, All right, rotating around 65, 70. That's the speed where a trainer generally takes off. A little bit of walloway again. That's just the reaction of the roll, which is normal without a gyro on there. I could cut an aileron off too. But flying nicely. Let's go and put flaps up. So we're actually getting pretty good speed on this. So I'm not getting anywhere near my that, so there's no point in me setting that all the way to 25. That's not going to do anything. So you notice we're going about 110 knots. That's about what a Piper Cherokee 180 would go, 180 horsepower. 160 probably, I think, goes that. I think the 180 goes maybe a hair faster. The main thing is, so that's fine. You're not getting graded on speed. The main speed I care about is approach speed. So right now we're on a downwind leg to the runway, so we're going to watch it. In future, I'd like to do some more after I do some more of these. I'll get into, I want to do some of those Captain's Flight School videos. I'll build, you know, a complex aircraft, which will be our next aircraft to learn, where you have to manage your prop, you have to manage, see I'm cutting in. You don't want to cut in, so you want to go start going your flaps. So we're going to go flaps 2 right there. And now I want to square my base. So I was starting to cut in my downwind, and I was losing my base. So this is where you want to look. You want to look at the runway. I'm going to start bringing my throttle back. So my throttle is much less sensitive now. And you notice I have to really hold the throttle to get my speed down. I'm super high, so I'm going to go ahead and put in the rest of my flaps. My gauge isn't working, so now I'm kind of dropping in like a stone here. I'm kind of just doing some extreme stuff here. I can't see. I've lost my reference point there. I need to look at my artificial horizon. Like, all right, I'm stalled. I'm stalled. I'm wicked stalled. Try to get out of it. Nope. All right, I stalled us. All right. So let's get that back. I got all screwed up there for a second. So I might be adding too much drag with full flaps. I think that's probably the case. What am I doing? I'm pressing the wrong keys here for a second. Okay, there we go. Up, up, up. Come on, brakes, 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 brakes. All right. Let's get out of here. Let's go flaps 1. I don't know if they helped us take off or not. Sometimes the aircraft actually behaves better with flaps up for takeoff. The only time we ever really did, I think the Warrior was procedure flaps 1 notch for takeoff. What's going on here? Why do I have no power? Okay, something's up. Wonder if it was big. Oh, the brakes are still on. My brakes didn't release. I had the parking brake on. All right, stop rushing. Russian's gonna actually make it take longer. I had the parking brake on. Flaps 1. I need to fix that gauge. It's showing the wrong direction. Okay, so this is how the test is gonna take place in the you know, in the competition. I'm gonna come out here and I'm gonna go behind this line. I'm gonna try to get as close back here as possible. So, you know, this is we used to do this if we had a short runway. You could get really tight. I'm gonna actually add differential braking on this plane too, so I can turn even tighter. But look how tight I can turn. All right, so that's something we used to do in general aviation aircraft all the time to get as much runway as possible. And then you'd hold your brakes, go full throttle, let go of your brakes. I'm taking off from the right seat again, which I'm going to start to pitch up, get my nose wheel out of the, cut some drag, 62 knots. I'll hold my nose off. I'm going to maintain my pitch angle. Pitch angle is good. I'm going to wait till I get some more speed. Again, that's gyro. We'll fix that roll issue. I'm going to wait till 100 knots. 100 knots. I'm going to put my flaps up, and we're gold. All right, we're going to go ahead and we're going to turn our base. We do it at a certain altitude, but I can't read my altimeter from this seat. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it. I was trying to jump out of my seat to get in the other seat, and then the plane banked. It's all that weight on that left wing is not helping. Let's go ahead and turn around, and we're coming down for our downwind leg. So you don't want to cheat yourself. This is something I used to tell students is, you know, a good experienced pilot can make a really tight pattern. You don't want to cheat yourself. You want to stay close enough that ideally you could glide back to the runway, but if you cheat in, you're cutting out time you have. So we're at 110. Let's go ahead and let's do a notch of flaps. I want to see how the flaps behave for me here. Okay. So I got a little ballooning effect. That's realistic. I'm going to start tapping down my throttle. All right. Taking off a little speed. I go flaps 2. All right. So I'm going to try to come in around 90 knots. I'd like to get lower, but we'll see how these flaps react. Let's go full flaps. I need to check them too. Okay, that's full flaps. 73 knots. All right, so I need to be careful here. So I need to put in a bunch of trim. You'd have to trim in real life too. The problem is in game, it likes to add a ton of drag for elevator trim. So that's what it's doing right now. So my flaps are making it so I have too much drag, so I need to limit my flaps. What is... Yeah, so it's my flaps. All right, so my flaps are too much. It's definitely, it doesn't like 45-degree flaps. I need more engine power to overcome the drag of that, so we'll change that up. What is my gauge reading here? Min-max 1. So let's go 0.75 on that. And that's fine. All right, so what are you talking here? 2. Let's do it this way. All right. This will be going up instead of down, but I can fix that later. All right, so the flaps are causing a couple problems. So one of the issues my flaps are doing here, Mike, you stress me out here. Aircraft propeller. Where? Where does it give me positive, neutral, positive, neutral? Okay. Aircraft propeller. That's the one you want. All right. Now, positive pitch on an aircraft propeller, or else we're not going anywhere. Doesn't have any pitch, then we can't get any thrust. All right, flaps 1. So what's happening with my flaps, why my flaps are causing me to crash is, so my center of gravity is here, right? Okay. Do I need to explain it again, or do you understand? I understand there's a node on there. Okay, I get that. All right. I'll deal with the pitch, okay? Just let me finish up what I'm doing here, please. Yeah, I understand how it works. I'm trying to determine what it's running now. If I need to change the prop, I will. I'm still figuring this out. That's why I said I'll determine it in the video. You know, currently I've decided I want it positive. All right. All right. What was I doing before I got distracted here? Sorry, I'm getting a little grumpy here, but I'm trying to do something, and you know, I've kind of decided that I want this as a positive. You know, I can change the level later if need be. But if anyone's struggling with it, tell me if you're having problems with it. We can change it here. Let me get back to what I was doing before I forgot. Okay, so the issue we're having with the flaps here is you have center of gravity here. You have the flaps back here. What it's doing is it's causing a bunch of lift. It's causing the lift behind the center of gravity here. And so if I put too much flaps in, it's trying to pick my tail up, and I can't pitch up. And so even at full elevator, I can't get my nose up. And that's why I keep crashing into the ground. It's causing, and then with full elevator up and full flap down, it's so much drag, I can't maintain enough speed to stay in the air. So that's why I had to decrease my flap. Yes, I understand that with the pitch and the propellers. Currently, the thought is positive pitch on it because I don't want people to have to try to fix it all the times. You know, so the reason I decided to do positive pitch was I'm trying to make this a little on the simpler side so that people don't have to connect it and then make sure it's right, and so that I don't have to go through, you know, every build and make sure that the prop's exactly set properly. So that's why I'm doing it this way. So the definitive answer is positive prop pitch. Right. Let's take off. You know, I wanted to get my aircraft in the air before I decided exactly what we were going to do for prop pitch, because I want to make sure it would work fine and that you wouldn't need a 20-cylinder engine to get the aircraft off the ground. As we've demonstrated, got a 12 in there. It's still compact in size and it works, so that's why definitively I've said that. Hey, your grammar's fine, random guy. Yeah, I expect everybody's from everywhere, so, you know. All right, Mike, is that clear? You all set? Sorry, I'm not trying to get frustrated. I'm just, I keep forgetting what I'm trying to do, and then I have to, you know, go through the microcontroller again to figure out what I'm doing. So that's why I'm being a little bit short, which I apologize for that. I'm not trying to be a grouch. I got still have a little bit of cold that I've had for a week too, so it's kind of giving me a headache as well. So, Mike, just give me a message if you're all set on that. Positive prop pitch 0 on the collective. I'll add that to the notes. All right, so let's do my flap test here. I just want to get this done and then we can end. All right, so I have full flaps in here, but they're only going to 75%. Okay, thanks. Yeah, sorry if I was getting short. I was just, you know, initially I needed to get a test going. No, it's fine. Initially I needed to get a test going to make sure that it was going to work in the build. You know, generally I do variable pitch props because, again, you know, I've been flying complex aircraft, you know, 20 years, you know, so it makes sense to me. I'm trying to make this approachable to everybody. Okay, so see how without full flaps here, I can get my nose up. When I had full flaps, because it was behind the center of gravity, I couldn't get my nose up. And so that's why I had to decrease the amount of flap I had there. Let's try to get a good landing in here with, so we have 75% flap. That's not bad. That's like 30-something degrees. All right, we're at 94. I still have plenty of, so I could also add more elevator and that would fix that problem, but I'm still would have a drag problem. So we're at 83 knots. Not as slow as I'd like. I'd like 70 maybe. 65 would be better. So I'm still flying. I'm still comfortable with this. The plane's not scaring me. Yeah, really good. 73, beautiful. Okay, so I'm happy with this. So this is working pretty well. Yeah, Mike, you're good. It just I wasn't very clear on it. I did all that voice to text while I was at work yesterday, and then I went through and I tried to fix it all, and then I wanted to get a prop pitch. You know, and I was trying to get all the rules done before I started, but until I figured out if it was possible to do it, I didn't want to do it. Yeah, let me add that to the notes right now. So plane's flying well, as you can see, so that was a flaps problem. So we're going to end up here in a second. Let me fix the rules here. Let me see. Yeah, I'm in my Discord. That's why the prop hit the wall. Okay, so I'm reading the rules from Discord now. I'm going to finish it up. The propeller will be fixed positive pitch, space, 0 collective. Okay. This is the simplest form of general aviation aircraft. This is why you start with general complex aircraft with variable pitch propellers. Okay, so that's got that all set. You know, shouldn't be a problem. If I get like 20 people and they're like, dude, I've got positive prop pitch and I can't get this to work, that's when I'll be like, okay, well, let's switch to going in by the collective number. All right. You know, I don't, as you can see, you know, I wanted to make an example that everybody could say, see, it's possible, see, it's going to work. That's why I'm doing the video like this. You know, I don't want people to get discouraged. You know, if anyone's having problems with their build and they think something's not possible, let me know. Especially if I hear 20 people, like I said, saying, hey, man, with positive prop pitch, I just can't make it work. I'll go back and I'll test and I will change the collective. But, you know, so it's working now. It's working fine. I just wanted to get to the point where I knew mine was going to work. And as you can see, up till about 20 minutes ago, I didn't know it was going to work. So that's why. Yep. Yeah, I actually appreciate it, Mike, telling me if things are not clear. That was one of the things that I want from this is to be clear is, you know, it was one of my criticisms of other competitions is what seems obvious to me because I wrote the rules. If it's not obvious to you guys, just, you know, here. I'm going to go in, if you look at the Discord now in challenge forum, let me start a new forum. Okay, where are we at here? I'm going to do rules question. Rules clarification. Rules clarification. All right. Yep. So that's posted now to the forum section. So you can go in the rules clarification, post any questions you have there. And that way, if I'm at work, I can go ahead and answer it on mobile. Again, if you guys are having a big problem, like I said, if 20 people dude, we cannot make this work, that's when I'll be happy to change a rule. So don't be afraid to put it on there. Consensus is going to be what's going to change my mind on certain items. If people are struggling with stuff, so feel free to post that there. But I'm going to end this sub soon. Yeah, Kermit's coming back just in time for the end. Yeah, I was trying to get this thing flying, so it's flying well. So big thing. If you have any aerodynamics questions, make sure you ask some people in there. There are usually a lot of really experienced builders in there. Feel free to ask it when I have opportunity. Yes, that will be the hanger. Yep. Thanks for putting that in there. Yeah, if you guys have, again, you guys feel free to answer some questions in there, but try to make sure you have the right answer. So if you see me answer it and, hey, Captain said this on the live stream, put it in there and, and put an at Captain in there. At Captain said on the live stream, positive pitch, 0 collective. Put it. You can answer other people's questions. Just try to make sure you get the right answer to them because it's going to be a mess if we hit some of the other build videos had build competitions had issues with that where somebody would answer the question incorrectly, and then they're like, "No, dude, it's this," and you got to think some people are going to be able to work one weekend on this and try to get their build in one weekend, and you could screw them all up if if you tell them the wrong rules. So when in doubt, feel free to ask me on that. Um, Clarification is always good. Ooh, I don't like that nose at all. Look. But yeah, so I think we're getting close here. So I'm gonna undo all that. That was all design work. But anyway, so at the end of the day, what I wanted to accomplish with building this craft was one, to make sure that all my rules can be followed. I see that a lot of the people doing competitions, they don't build anything for their competition. They don't know if it's possible. And so that's why I had that open thing with the prop pitches. I wanted to make sure that I could get it running. So you saw how I had to modify my engine 3 times to get it to the right size, to get it running. So it's possible. I have what do I have here? That's that's a 12 cylinder engine in here, 12 cylinders. That's running a 3x1. You want to put a 20 in there. Be my guest. Put a 20 in there. Just remember, if it's burning so much fuel that you're going to need to stop for fuel every time you do a pattern. You're going to get some points taken off from that because it's going to be too expensive to run. But again, it's not going to be, you're not going to get dinged huge for these things. At the end of the day, I want people to have fun and to get through it. So getting a little long for me, and I'm not feeling great. So thank you guys for watching. Hopefully, Mike, I wasn't being too grouchy there. I was just getting distracted. My head was in the micro controls, trying to think of two things at once. But hopefully, you guys will have fun with this build. A lot of rules, which I think will get everybody hopefully on the same page. And obviously, my rules were not clear enough, so that was my bad. And so, if you need any clarification, go in rules clarification. Thanks, Kermit, for posting that map. That helps a lot. Eventually, I'll try to cut this. I have to, I have 7 videos to make for the week, so I'll get through those mostly probably tomorrow. But thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.